12, 11 and 12. 11 and 12.
I'm on 2. Copy that. All right, here we go.
Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
You know what? Why don't we start
Oh, there's a little extra money.
another radio shows around the country?
No.
They're alive.
Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. We are live at Flowery Branch. We are getting ready to talk to Coach Art, 420, as he'll stop by today. We have a lot to get to with him. We'll chop it up about all things Falcons. Mike, today we turn the page. We celebrated for 48 hours, guys. It is time to focus on the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, we got some interesting news today as we were rolling up here to Flowery Branch that our young linebacker, Troy Anderson, is going to be out in the concussion protocol. He apparently didn't feel so good about within, 36 hours after the game, self-reported. So it'll be Nate Landman if you're going by the depth chart. A young man who played his college ball at Colorado. So it'll be very interesting to see how that affects what we're going to want to be doing, as far as scheme-wise, covering guys, because Green Bay certainly came out shooting against the Bears.
Well, I will say I had no idea that Troy Anderson, because he continued to play, was injured in any way or had a concussion. Obviously, we wouldn't know. And if this was the old days, all right, this is what we used to talk about.
Rub some dirt on your head and get back in there.
Guys get back in there, and they continue to play, and then, you had another concussion the next week. And this is why we've gotten to this point where CTE is real, and I'm glad he's self-reported because we want to make sure our guys are protected. As far as Nate is concerned, Mike, they brought him in. They liked him. I mean, this is a guy they brought in, and he actually performed pretty well for these in the practices, and the Falcons staff really thought that he could help this team. So that's why he's here. Next man up. I don't want to be that guy, but we'll get a chance to talk to Caden Ellis today as part of our player segment today, and we'll ask him about this. Caden played well last week. We expect big things from him, but Nate's going to have to step up this week. Big time.
And we will talk to Caden about, why didn't we get more pressure on the quarterback early? We had to kind of resort to blitzing, and that was Troy Anderson got one of those half a sack when he and Grady met at the quarterback and got Bryce Young on the ground. But, going up against the Packers, I just think that's one of those things. As we say, we're pivoting now and looking at what we got to do matchup-wise. You really don't want to be blitzing against this kid because Jordan Love's shown that he looks like he's ready for prime time.
Yeah, I want to bring pressure, but periodically. I mean, for Bryce Young, it was different. First real game in the NFL, make him uncomfortable. I thought we did a good job of that. We get a couple of sacks again. You talked about it with the blitz packages, but you got to pick your spots here. And more importantly, Mike, we cannot allow Aaron Jones to get off. He is a guy that is capable of doing a lot of things out of the backfield. So we got to make sure. We'll talk to Caden about that as well, because I'm sure that's one of their keys going into this week. But I will say this. I like our chances. I like going into week 2 with some confidence. I think Ritter's going to be better. I will guarantee you guys, Drake London will be a big part of week 2. There's no way you go into week 2 and he sees one target.
So you tell me we're going to get a little repeat of Shanahan and Roddy White?
I'm telling you right now.
Free Roddy.
I'm telling you.
And for those guys that weren't here in 2015, Roddy was seemingly out of the game plan for a couple of games, and Carl and I started this movement. We actually had T-shirts and everything that said #Free Roddy. And then it came out where they had 2 designed plays for Roddy right out of the gate, and then Matt actually had a check down where Roddy got the ball, so it became 3 throws to Roddy to start the game. Crowd was going bananas. But yeah, you can't imagine a playmaker like that is going to have 2 clunkers. Drake London's here to get in the end zone. We talked about red zone. Pitts made an amazing catch in traffic, but those guys got to get more opportunities. That means the Lions got to hold so the quarterback get the ball out.
Yeah, and again, I think when you talk about how many plays, and I'm curious what Coach Art will say about this, how many do you try to designate when you go into a game? I know the flow of a game, like, for example, Bijan got 16 touches last week. Do you go in every game and say 16 to 20 for him, regardless of how he gets it? And with Drake last week, Mike, once he dropped that one ball, I don't know if the game plan just went away from him because we were running the ball effectively, or at some point we were supposed to go back to him and it was just never there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler Algier was on fire. He was averaging like almost 10 yards a pop.
It's hard to go away from that.
And again, I know that, and then when you think, I'm sure I bet you dollars to donuts when we get our Coach Smith in here about 420, when you throw to Drake London, he drops the ball. Now it's 2nd and 10. Now you're out of sequence.
Correct.
Then you throw in some of those penalties, and all of a sudden, all the things you thought were going to happen now you're kind of changing what you were trying to do on the fly. And then the defense has the advantage because they know you're in a throwing situation. And then all of a sudden, the way they were taking their slants and the way that our blocking scheme was working, they were getting all after our quarterback early. And it seemed like, we'll talk to Arthur what adjustments were made at halftime.
404-726-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can always text us. Follow us on social media, guys. He is Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that is going on. And, of course, you can watch us live on Twitch.
I see your lunch. I'm looking at your lunch right now on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, this bag will be gone, trust me, by the next time you see us.
Can I just smell that food for a minute?
Well, I will tell you,
so
I got
good.
just the nuggets.
Oh, you got the nuggets.
I got a Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Okay.
I got the waffle fries.
Oh, you're killing me.
All right. And that's it.
Yeah, last night I got 2 grilled nuggets and a little kale salad. The dog photos are up at Mike Bellytail. I get the drive-through. Was like, "What's up? What up with this? Let's go." Where's my nuggies at?
He looked like he was going to complain there for a minute.
Yeah, but I got to post that picture. Yeah, we love Chick-fil-A. That drive-through is the best experience.
No doubt, dude. They get you in and out. But right. I told you guys, my wife was complaining yesterday because I was cheap on having the people come in and do the new flooring to break the beds down. So we were putting some stuff back together all day this morning. Right. I didn't get a chance to eat. So this is the worst, right? You know this. Guys, you've been there. When you haven't eaten and you look at your watch and you're like, oh, it's almost 1:30. And you get through the drive-through, what do? Hi, can I help you? I want it all. Give it all to me. Like, I wanted to order everything. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. I'm overdoing this. So then I was like, I just need a number one and some nuggets, and that's it. But I was starving because I hadn't eaten all day. And then on top of that, Mike, I got to ask you this as we get the show started. We will talk about our Braves, guys. Matt Olson is hot. The Braves can clinch with another win today. Strider on the hill. And we'll certainly get into all of that. And Garth Lagerwey is going to join us from Atlanta United coming up
big
at
weekend.
2:40.
Big one with Messi coming to town. Is Messi going to play? That's the $64,000 question.
It is.
But enough about what the club level seats cost.
Yeah, exactly. Well, a lot of people invested early.
Right.
We'll see.
Right.
But I was going to ask you this because this is the next thing I'm dealing with
too.
So we're selling some stuff.
All right.
Okay. I want
empty nesters.
Yes, I want to sell some of this stuff that I'm not using. All right. And you have all these different sites that you can go on and post it, right? And so I said to her yesterday, I'm going to sell this furniture.
Like meet me at a well-lit parkinglot.com?
Well, this is the argument.
Meet me at a well-lit publicspace.com because I get worried about wackos coming in and buying your stuff face-to-face.
Now you sound like her. She said the same thing to me after I said, I'm just going to post it.
Yeah.
And whoever says they'll pay what I'm asking.
Well, you can take it to a pawn shop, but you're going to lose 20%.
I'm not putting all of this stuff in my vehicle and taking it anywhere. If you want it, pay me and come get it.
Then they know where you live.
Well, oh, my God. You sound just like Michelle. This is what she was saying all night last night. Are you really going to post this and let people know? I'm like, are you serious right now?
Can you run my Diners Club on your Venmo? I don't know, man. I don't know.
You don't trust it?
I would probably, you hear stories. You hear stories.
Oh, my goodness.
I watch Dateline NBC. I know how it goes.
So what? Guy comes to buy furniture. Couple goes missing.
Duke's vehicle was found abandoned in a Walmart parking lot in Marietta.
Get out of here. So this is what I'm dealing with. I'm like, how many of you guys have sold stuff on the internet? And it was fine. The person came, they paid, they moved the stuff. It was a one deal transaction.
No. The one time when I had that, remember the old gigantic projection TVs, like the size of like a church organ? Had one of those when I lived in Buckhead, and I put it on, and Johnny Pops goes, you put it on like Craigslist. Like, who's going to take this thing? And two crazy like Russians came and got it in a pickup truck, and I give you $100. I'm like, shoot, okay. It probably costs more to get rid of it, to call it, dump company.
So I'm asking this question because I'm like, it's not a big deal. She's freaking out. Don't do it. Don't put it out there. I'm like, well, who's going to come buy it if I don't put it out there? And she's like, I'll just do it in the neighborhood because we know everybody. I'm like, nobody in the neighborhood's going to pay this money.
See, the other thing is if you go online, then you got to ship it. And that's a hassle too.
Correct.
That's
and
another thing.
I'm not shipping
No,
this.
so honestly, the 1 in 5 chance of being murdered in a parking lot versus shipping, I'd probably just do the 1 in 5 shot. I agree with you. Shipping and packaging is a pain.
Do you meet people at a random location? All right, which means I'd have to put Mike. It's a bedroom set.
Yeah.
Do I have to put this whole thing?
Pretty much. You don't want them to come to your house, man.
In a truck and meet them at a random place, or do I have them come pick
Hey,
up?
before we move the bedroom, mind if I use your bathroom? See, I just
wait a minute.
I don't know, man.
No, you can use it outside.
You can tell the guy, yeah. See this opens up like I can see a cacophony of Larry David Curb Your Enthusiasm moments that you don't want to be engaged in.
Poll questions up. Do you trust people coming to your house to pick up items you sold online? All right. We got a lot to get to.
By the way, Drippin' Juice just hit us up on Twitch.
What'd he say?
He goes, yeah, man, I sell stuff on the internet a lot, but I never pull it up to my place.
Oh, gee, you guys. Okay, this is where this is going. And you know what? And all I can hear right now in my ear, I told you so.
Michelle's right. Michelle, we don't want your husband. I need it's going to suck if it's the Mike Bell show, okay? I don't need you getting chopped up in little pieces.
The answers are out there on the poll question at Dukes and Bell 929. Yes, it's totally fine, or no, creep alert. Chris, really?
Yeah, I'm with Chris.
All right, man, we're coming back. Braves can do something that we've been waiting on for months now, and we're finally here. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Those same cuts, bro.
This drive belongs to the Duke.
Back to the branch for more Falcons Wednesday.
They're alive.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Interesting comments from our listeners about selling stuff online, and the fear that is permeating from our audience is kind of interesting. A lot of you guys claim to be tough guys, and then I start talking about selling stuff online, and you're like, I wouldn't do it. I'm fearful. I don't want anybody coming to my home. I'm afraid. I only sell things and ship it.
Well, two things. I mean, there's too many weirdos out there. That'd be my number one concern.
Yes.
I think that's what Michelle, your wife, was talking about.
Oh, yeah, that's what she was saying.
You know, and also you're in the public eye. Then you get some wackadoodle stalker. I'm going to buy Carl Duke's extra bedroom set. Carl, can I take a walk around your house? Can you show me where you broadcast?
No, you're not allowed in. And,
Hey, guys, you know what Carl's address is? See, therein lies the problem. Therein lies the concern.
I'm like Stakey. I live in a gated community, okay? All right? If you want to come, you can, but people are going to see you.
There's barriers. Impediments in place.
You guys can go vote. It's very interesting to see the responses, but I just wanted to get a feel because she was like, do a poll and see what people say. I guarantee you they agree with me. Well, most of the people are agreeing with her.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time, that you might have felt differently about doing that, but I don't know, because all the weirdness, and that's
Mike,
what
what changed? What changed? It didn't used to be this way.
I don't know. Maybe I think there was always this number of cuckoos out there. Just seems disproportionate now through social media. That there's just so many nuts jobs out there. But I would say that, honestly, watching Dateline NBC, I've seen at least half a dozen of these start with, they were meeting to simply exchange watches for cash. And then Michelle will be on Dateline NBC. They always do it on Dateline NBC. So your husband wanted to sell the bedroom set. Yes, he wanted to sell the bedroom. He was going to sell the bed. Do I repeat? Yes. They always ask you 3 times. He thought it was a harmless transaction. Yes. A harmless transaction. So that's how. And then they'll have the photo of your truck abandoned. There'll be the police tape around
Thanks
it.
for telling everybody I drive a truck, Mike.
Then there'll be the shot of me. Hopefully they'll have good makeup, shoot with good lighting. I go, he's my best friend. He was the best partner I ever had.
Yeah, listen.
And all this just to get a bedroom set off that he could have just given to Goodwill.
Well, I've given a lot of stuff to Goodwill.
I know you have.
I only have so much more that I can give for the year. Either way, this is where we're at. And this all stems from just cleaning up and doing things and going, we don't need this anymore. Why don't we sell it? Somebody can come and use it.
No, and also would start to Michelle, because you'll be dead. Michelle will be on the interview with what's his name with the gray hair. He goes, you sensed something was wrong from the start. See, you know how this works at Dateline. It always starts. And then Lester Holt will be in there for 10 seconds. I'm Lester Holt. He never had nothing to do with the show, and then they'll come to you and Michelle will be there because you thought something was strange. I did. He seemed very creepy right from the start. He seemed creepy. Yes, from the start. Yes, I just said that. And then boom, Dateline. Then they'll stretch that into like an hour. You can probably tell the story in 5 minutes. It'll be 44 minutes.
The Lester Holt thing is funny because they do that.
I know. Lester will be there. I'm Lester Holt. I have nothing else to do with the show. No. Put on a coat, Lester. Always in his vest with a shirt and a tie.
True. Hey, man, coming up, Garth Lagerway is going to join us. Hey, we got to address this real quick because we were talking amongst ourselves. Turtle's here with us. Jason, we call him Whispers, our camera guy, having us on Twitch and YouTube. Jersey Mike's here, our on-site engineer. And back at the studio, Big Bo is handling all the engineering duties. So this morning on WIP, our sister station up in Philly, Rob Thompson, who's the manager of the Phillies, went on WIP's morning show and said, I like our guys to act like they've been there before. He was talking about Ronald Acuna and how Acuna pimped his home run last night. Now, he is not the only one that's hitting home runs. Matt Olson's hitting home runs. Ozuna's hitting home runs. This whole fly thing that the Braves are doing, it's their thing. Every team has a thing that they do, okay? But as I said, and I just responded to our guys up there at IP, and it's not their fault. They were talking to the manager, and he popped off. We are seeing Ronald Acuna have a historic year. And because of it, Ronald is having fun. This isn't about your guys acting like they've been there. Because, Rob, no one has been here. None of your guys have been here. What Ronald Acuna is doing, nobody in baseball has ever done. So to say, oh, I wish, he'd act like he's been there because that's how I like our guys to act. This is a historic moment we're watching. These next few weeks, we're going to see potentially Olson break a record or two. Ronald probably increase the milestones and stolen bases and home runs. We've never seen what Ronald Acuna is doing. And from a Braves perspective, I love it. He's in the moment, Mike. He's having fun.
Right.
Who gives a damn about what Rob Thompson has to say about Acuna
Right.
trying to act like he's been there?
Yeah, even though you see it now in Major League Baseball, the exuberance and the fun, and whether it's Juan Soto or pick your guy. And by the way, whether this was simply because they didn't like Ronald and our antics or what they perceive as antics last year. That's why Reese Hopkins, whenever he hit the big 3-run homer off Strider in the divisional round, he threw that bat halfway to Camden, New Jersey. I mean, I get it. If you're old school, you're still trying to wrap your head around what guys do. And but we're not in 1975. We're not in 1980. We're not in 1995. Where if Ronald had done that, rounding third and stopping to pause, somebody would put him on his tuchus. But people have their thing. You got the celebrations in the dugout. You've got all these things and the fans enjoy it. So it's a very old school approach. And if you don't like it, then do something about it. Then don't allow your pitcher to let Ronald hit a 450, foot home run off him.
By the way, this pitch that he hit last night, it was in the top of the fifth. That ball is way down. I mean, he went down and got it and took it out the yard, 2-run home run. But I just have a fundamental issue with this stuff because Rob Thompson, his team, they're not beating us. They're not winning a World Series this year. And yeah, they beat us in the playoffs. I get it. But this is just being a curmudgeon. This is just a guy who's like, I'm going to complain because they're kicking our butts, and I'm going to say this about their star player. And it to me, it just is so ridiculous to think, like, what does he say when his guys celebrate however they celebrate?
Yeah, the first time we saw this was that Cardinals series in 19 when the Cardinals went after they beat Ronald up 10 runs. That manager's no longer a manager, by the way. I think he's a bench coach with the Padres. But yeah, that you've seen it because that stuff, the unwritten rules of baseball, which everyone says, we'll put it in the rule book, then we can all obey it. Those things are still dying hard with some of these old school guys around baseball. But as we said, this is now a decade now that it's really been going on where guys are doing their thing. Look, Reggie pimped his shot. It wasn't like we haven't seen this. It's just there's certain folks out there. Well, I just don't. It's more about what you.
Like John Fricke right there. Why did John Fricke come out?
It's funny. I was going to an older voice. And it's just the first thing that popped in my mind. Sorry, John.
I saw that.
But no, it's just some guys, and there's even Braves fans who don't like what he does.
Get out of here.
We've seen it.
Come on.
You and I've talked about it.
Who cares? He's having fun.
I know. I don't like these. We always do the Bob Feller line. Well, it's these Caribbean players. What do you mean, Mr. Feller? Exactly by that. So there's two things. If you say there's racism, why does it have to be racist? Well, because there is some racism. There's a tinge of racism involved there. Then you've got these guys that look. If you're Rob, that really irks you that Acuna is beating your brains in. We're 16 games up on you guys. Now look. You'll still have something to say about it in October, and the Phillies are still a very dangerous team because when their bullpen is on and their starting pitching's on, they got guys that can rake. And you saw, by the way, last night, Bryce Harper hits a shot. He was kind of going around, doing his thing around the base
paths. Go back
paths.
And look at some of Bryce Harper's home runs as a Philly. That's what
flosses,
I'm saying.
He flosses.
Oh man, come on.
But it's still out there. The stigma of the celebration thing, it's dying hard around the big leagues. And here's a guy putting out there in Philly, which is a miserable town full of miserable people. So they love that stuff. I think can talk about it.
Yeah. Here's what I love is I watch Little League footage from around the country. Doesn't matter where you're at, what state you're in. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Kids coming up to bat and they got their music and they're dancing and they're having fun. And these are the little fellas that are coming up because they're understanding.
You saw the Little League World Series. Yeah.
This is what it's about. Fun and entertainment. It's not that damn serious. Like I get it. It's a game in which guys make a lot of money, but at the end of the day, I love seeing these little league kids come up and they got their music and the fans are into it. That's what this is about, man. And Ronald brings that out. That is what always has bugged me. Prior to Ronald Acuna, and this is why I laughed my butt off at the Freddie stuff, okay, with the whole eye black and the hat crap, is prior to that, this team was a little stuck up. This team, before Ronald got here, tight. This team was a little bit,
I saw the eye black situation.
Come on, don't do it, Freddie.
Now, the irony is Acuna doesn't win the World Series, which is the ultimate irony that year because he was injured. But
think about the group that comes in. Ozzy, Acuna.
Right.
These are the guys that are having fun.
But look at Arcia, look at Rosario.
All these guys.
And by the way, how about Rosario's at bat last night? How about that unbelievable at bat before he finally gets the base knock? There is a joy and there's a fun that these guys play with. And I like it. I'm not put off by it because, the world changes. Baseball, and I guess if you're Rob, you want it station to station baseball, act like you've been there. It's like the end zone celebrations. Like, who gives a crap now, right?
Yeah.
Who cares? Guys are having fun. Scoring a touchdown in the NFL is hard. Hitting a home run in Major League Baseball is hard, even for the elite guys. Enjoy it. But as I said, I do think these things are still dying hard in some circles of baseball.
Yeah. Mike Russo just sent me something where Bryce Harper hits a home run and slams his bat. I've seen it time and time again. I don't care because I think in these big moments when you come through, this is what happens. The real emotion comes out. Ronald is having a special year.
Right.
Ronald Acuna will not do this again, guys. He's not going to have back-to-back seasons of 70 and 40.
Oh, let's hope so.
I do. But, Mike, they're so unique. He may go the rest of his career not even come close to this. So whatever he's doing to celebrate and enjoy this, I have no issues with it. And I hope Braves fans don't either. He's got an issue with it because we're kicking their ass. Sorry, I have to say it. That's why he's having an issue with it.
Yeah.
Rob Thompson, the manager of the Phillies, is upset because his team is getting their brains beat in, and we're flossing and flexing on them, and he's got a problem
so
with
they
it.
can do a little hand dance.
Yeah, and Ron, and again, you think about Ronald Acuna, he plays, well, like you talk about like the little kids in Little League, he plays like a little kid.
Yes.
He's a big, I always joke around, I'm a 12-year-old with a driver's license. That's Ronald Acuna. You see his facial expressions. More people in life should go through life like that. You know what I mean?
Just have fun, man.
Exactly.
Just have fun. And by the way, as a fan, it doesn't matter what team. I admire greatness, and I want to be entertained. That's why I watch these games. I don't watch these games so I can see the him, the ho him, and him ho, and guys just doing the same stuff all over the place. It doesn't attract me to want to spend my time to watch these games. By the way, headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well.
A couple of guys hitting us up on the text line. Al Hayes saying to Dukes and Bell that he must have really hated Ricky Henderson.
Ooh.
You know, because Ricky Henderson was a guy that was always out there doing his thing. I mean, there's been guys who play with a swagger. I mean, how in the Midwest, the 85 Cardinals with Willie McGee and Ozzie Smith and those guys, they played with a swagger. They played with an energy. When Ozzie Smith's not supposed to come out of the dugout and do a flip to get the shortstop.
I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, that's
flair.
First time I saw that as a kid, I thought that was pretty darn cool.
Hey, guys, this hour brought to you by the Man Cave Store. Up your Man Cave game this football season. They've got custom pool tables, theater seats, guys, shuffleboards, whatever you want for family, friends, and fun. Visit mancavestore.com. Mike, we're going to get the latest update from Garth Lagerwey, president of Atlanta United, about this weekend. The biggest star in soccer is going to be in town. We'll talk to Garth next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
And Bell, presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9.
Oh, you're alive.
We are live at Flowery Branch. Coach Arthur Smith's going to join us. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we'll talk about the Packers last week and a lot more with Coach Art. Also, Caden Ellis is going to stop by, starting linebacker for us as well. Lots more in store, and we will talk about our Braves. But right now, Garth Lagerwey on the line, president of Atlanta United. And Garth, the biggest star in soccer coming into town this weekend. We spent a lot of time over the last few months talking about this and what might happen, what might play out. I'm curious to know what you think. We know that, there are some challenges and whether he's going to be here, if he plays the entire match or not. Do you have any insight?
I have no personal insight, and we are preparing for a game against Miami, and we need to win the game to make the playoffs. So we don't need any more motivation from that. Obviously, just reciting the facts, Messi sat out last night against Bolivia. This is purely my opinion, no insider info, but that, in my opinion, that makes it more likely that Messi will play in Atlanta on Saturday. Because he needed a little bit of a rest. He got it. They didn't want to play him at altitude. Argentina won easily, with a rotated team. But that should take some mileage off of Messi and make it more likely, in purely my opinion, that he might appear on Saturday.
Hey, can you give us, Garth, some headway, or it's a heads up, I should say, on all our guys that were involved in international competition? Is everybody going to be back? Because I know that we had, obviously, Yorgos was doing stuff for Greece, and, Thiago was playing for the under-23s for Argentina. Everybody going to be back and ready to go for Saturday?
Yep, we expect everybody to physically be here in training tomorrow. We had a couple guys that had some long flights coming from far away, but I believe all the games now are wrapped up. And we should have guys here, as I said, by tomorrow. So we should have a full squad. And we finally had one guy we've had just a nightmare visa process with, Jamal Tiare, and he got here this week as well. So we will have, knock on wood, hopefully a full-strength squad going into the Miami game on Saturday.
I guess bribery doesn't work anymore when it comes to visas, things like that, huh? You can't just kind of grease somebody. That's frowned upon.
Yeah.
There was, he was coming in from Senegal. I have not done an immigration process from Senegal before, so I can't claim to have a overarching opinion, but there was actual, one of the delays was a government shutdown. So it's not just in America that stuff happens.
Yeah, imagine that. Garth, got to give you props. A couple of months ago, maybe a month and a half or so ago, you were like, look, we're going to change this team. We had a lot of time off. The team put in a lot of work. We look better. It feels better. What do you credit that to?
I think, obviously, we changed 5 out of 10 starters in the team. So we changed a lot, and credit to the coaching staff for integrating the new guys, and credit for the new guys for hitting the ground running and being willing to acculturate and acclimatize and be good teammates and want to be part of the group. And, credit to the talent identification recruitment staff, Carlos and his guys, for picking people, not just good players, but the right personalities. So early returns, we played 4 games more or less for that new group. And we're 2-1-1. And so, not out of the woods yet by any means, but got a 3-game week coming up with 3 teams that are below us in the current standings. And if we can have a big week this week, then hopefully we can put ourselves in a real good position, hopefully competing to host some home games in the playoffs.
Had some big wins. I know for a minute there, it looked like we had Cincinnati on the ropes, and unfortunately, they're a very talented team, as you told us last time we were up there at the training facility. But aside, and even that one, you showed some signs that this team has turned a corner, and then some of those little defensive things we always talk about kind of creeped in. But beating Nashville 4-0, beating Seattle, that was a hell of a way to start after the break.
It really was. It felt good, to your point. It felt like we had some momentum. I think in a lot of ways, the Dallas game, the last of the four, was not pretty. But I think it's a game that we've lost a couple of times earlier in the season.
Right.
And we found a way to get a lead and, hang on for a draw in the end. And, on a day when the expected goals favored the home team, I thought we showed some grit and some character. And that was really encouraging as well, in addition to the influx of new talent.
We're talking with Garth Lagerwey, guys, here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We expect the largest crowd, right? I mean, could we break a record on Saturday?
Yeah, look, we got over 400 media credential applications,
Wow.
Which is the most we've had since MLS Cup 2018. In terms of ticket sales, we are pacing with MLS Cup 2018. Cautiously optimistic we're going to get there in the end and set a new Mercedes-Benz Stadium record. Certainly, that's the goal. But that's the buzz. That's the level of excitement for playing Miami. Look, and that's the level of excitement, I think, for what's effectively our new team. Coming in with half the team changed and a little bit of momentum, as we talked about, and hopefully some optimism for, not just Miami, but DC and Montreal coming up this week.
I know we talk about this all the time in the standings, but Cincinnati, we mentioned that those guys are really at another level right now. But you, Atlanta United, is just 2 wins, 6 points from being in second place with New England. Just a win or a draw from getting you right up into the top 4 in the playoffs. How important is that as far as the seeding and who you're going to see in the playoffs?
So we get into the top 4. That means for that first round, which is best of 3, that means you'd have the potential to have 2 home games. So we want to try to get to the top 4. That's been our goal since the beginning of the season. As you said, we're within shooting distance. We've got some other teams that have played 1 game less than we have.
Right.
But that means they probably have to make that game up some point midweek or during a FIFA break where maybe they're shorthanded. So we'll see how it plays out. But we can only control ourselves, and we got to make the most of these next 3 games in particular, because the last 3 games are pretty tough. If you talk about at Philly, Columbus at home, at Cincy to finish, no one's going to show any mercy there. But we got a real opportunity over these next 3 games.
As far as Gonzalo Pineda, we were going through those stretches earlier this season, and there were a lot of questions there. I know you say that you will evaluate, and everybody will be evaluated after the season. I'm just curious, can you give us your take on Gonzalo and how he's handled the changes and everything that's going on with this team?
Yeah, look, I think we've thrown a lot at him as a young coach. We went through a period in the summer where we had to, because of our salary cap situation, we had to subtract before we could add. And I think we went through a little bit of a rough patch there. But again, we appear to be turning the corner, and we have a good enough sample size to be able to make an evaluation at the end of the season. So we played 4 games with our new team. We got 6 more to go. But we'll be able to look at that 10-game sample, I think, at the end of the year and say, okay, did we make progress? Were we materially better? Are we headed the right direction? Did we win a playoff series? Are we getting these moments with our fans in Mercedes-Benz Stadium at home where we're creating some memories and we're building momentum and we're setting ourselves up to be title contenders next year? Because that has to be the direction. That has to be the aspiration. And we'll sit down at the end of this season and see where we are.
Right. It's Dukes and Bell, guys. We're live here at Falcons. More coming up on Falcons as we get ready for Sunday. We're talking about the big match on Saturday, 5 o'clock, Mercedes-Benz. By the way, if Messi does play or Busquets, I think it's safe to say that the players on the pitch will not be standing in awe like they kind of were when we saw them the first time down in Miami.
Yeah, look, we were a little shell-shocked, right? I mean, it kind of looked that way a little bit. We had some younger players in that group that were a little bit naive, I think. I think the stat that jumped out, I think that you guys actually mentioned on your show was, we didn't commit a single foul in that game. So, we're not going to do that again. We've seen them play, to your point, to use a baseball analogy, this is the second time through the order, so no matter how good the starting pitcher is, we've seen him. We've seen his stuff. We're better equipped to deal with it. And look, and I think what we've done in the summer, we've really injected experience into some key positions on the field, in wing, in midfield, at the back.
I believe we've lost
Caleb Wiley staying home a little bit more often as a left back.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we've done some things to hopefully address this and put ourselves in a better position than we were when we got. Let's be honest, we got wiped out in Miami, a couple months ago.
Garth, let's go get a dub, man. We are watching, cheering you on, and hopefully this will be an exciting match for Atlanta, but also for MLS this weekend, guys. You can listen to it right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Garth Lagerwey, appreciate you as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Cool. Absolutely. It's Dukes and Bell. This poll question that we've got up, that it's interesting. I said I wanted to sell a couple of furniture items online, and my wife lost her mind last night and said, no, you're not posting anything. So we asked you today, do you trust people coming to your house to pick up items you sold to them online, Mike? 69% of the people who've already voted said no, creep alert.
Yeah. I just posted the Lester Holt Dateline logo there. I said, people are saying it from Atlanta Sports Fanatic. And they found Mr. Dukes later that day unharmed, but bound and gagged in his garage. All his Heyman ale and sports memorabilia had been stolen. Apparently the thief wrote "Roll Tide" on the wall several times.
Oh, that's wrong.
So.
Hey, 30% of you folks say yes, totally fine. Here's the thing. Melly Mel hits us up. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. He says, now listen to this, Mike. This is where we are.
Right.
Depends on the item. I've done both. Just got to do your research on the buyer. And if you carry a firearm, would be good to have it with you as a safety precaution.
Oh, no, totally.
Are you serious?
Totally. When the guy comes in the house, you got it on your hip.
This is where we're at.
Yeah, you got it on your hip, man.
Oh, my
Dude,
goodness.
forget about it. You want to go escape from New York, knock yourself out, man. I want to have some protection.
Melly Mel, come on. Really?
Again, because first up, the guy shows up.
So you're saying everybody's a nutcase?
Here, Carl. Are you Mr. Dukes? I'm here to look at the bedroom set.
Everybody's a nutcase.
Yeah, it's a fine-looking wife
All
you
right,
got
fine.
there, too.
You know what?
See, that's creepy,
Fine.
creepy.
You guys have convinced me.
Right.
Michelle, you were right. All right, I'll shut up, and we'll do it your way.
Who's the guy with the old guy with the gray hair that's like, you sensed something was wrong the moment the man showed up at your front door?
Why does he pause like that?
It's just, Stone Phillips used to do the same thing.
Yes.
You knew something wasn't quite right with this man, yet you allowed into your home.
All right, man. 404-726-0929. You guys can go vote. Let us know.
I think we know where this one's going.
Oh, man. It's crazy. I mean, and you said this. You started out like, wouldn't do it.
I got to be honest. I mean, Michelle and I are lockstep on this one, man. Can't do it.
All right, coming up, we got an NFL Blitz, guys. Find out who the Jets are not going after. We'll tell you next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
consignment. There's the option. You got to do a consignment place. But you'll lose some. You'll lose a percentage.
I don't want to lose anything. I want all the dough.
By the way, my wife.
I'm not even charging that much. That's the other part about it. Like, is it worth this hassle?
All right.
I'm not trying to make a profit. Well,
yeah. Well, now the other thing is, a couple of guys hit us up on the text line. My wife just said, in our neighborhood, we have like a Facebook page for the neighborhood.
So do we.
That might be the better option because at least it's your neighborhood, and so then you're less likely to get somebody that's going to rip you off or shoot you or murder you.
I said that at the beginning when Michelle said, "I'll post it in the neighborhood." Nobody in the neighborhood's going to buy this stuff.
That you know the best, that you should trust the least.
Well, we'll see. I guess I'm shocked at the responses.
I mean, the thing is, it's just we've been conditioned. We've been conditioned. So let's say somebody in your neighborhood, and then the guy comes up. Are you Mr. Dukes? My name is James Gum. I've noticed your furniture through the woods.
Yeah. Well,
are you is your wife a size? No, she's not a size 14. Get out of here, you creep.
Listen.
Where'd you hurt my precious?
I mean, there's just so much going on here. We do have a guy that lives behind us that lives in the woods.
That's right.
And he's kind of.
Yeah, I know. He's got issues. I know.
No, he's kind of a weirdo.
Right.
And
I'm looking for your furniture. You're selling a bedroom set.
No, but here's the deal. This guy, speaking of all the things, like I've got all this stuff going on right now. This guy has a bully. I think it's a pit bull, but it's a bully. All right. I don't scare people. But he lets him loose, so the dog gets out, and the dog gets into the neighborhood. And like one of the issues is that people are having to return this dog to the nutcase that lives behind us in the woods, who's back there chopping trees when nobody's back there. I mean, there's a lot going on here, Mike. I'm just telling you.
Kind of in a log cabin house. What are we talking about?
The answer is yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the house was built by I think the great grandparents. I don't know the full history. And he just moved back down here. He was up north somewhere.
Oh, this is starting to be like an M. Night Shyamalan movie.
I'm telling you, there's a lot going on. But you said it. Crazy guy in the woods. We've got that. Wow. All right.
Yeah. So anyway, if you're just joining us, Carl had some stuff to sell. They kind of empty nesters now with Trinity off to college. And then overwhelmingly, our poll question up at Dukes Bell 929, people are saying, no way, Jose, you do not meet with people to sell anything.
Yeah, I think Chris is he's helping the cause here, though, when he put in there creep alerts. That sort of sways people's opinion. You know what I mean?
It's just context, Carl.
I mean, I got to agree with him. The other thing is we said, because it's items that are too large to ship, the idea that if you would do something on eBay, you got to package it. I got all the sports memorabilia, old jerseys and stuff. I just don't want to go through the rigmarole of having to package it and ship it off.
No, that was the big thing. There are some great sites that you can sell stuff on.
Right.
But a lot of times the sellers have to pay in most cases. And this is big furniture. Right. I'm not doing that. All right. We'll see what happens, man. At some point, Michelle, you're right. 404-726-0929.
I was just thinking of Sebastian Maniscalco. I was like, so I'm going to sell stuff online. I take it to the murder hut. Where are you going to go where you'd feel safe? Anyway, appreciate your feedback. Hit us up at Dukes Bell 929.
It is nuts, man. Hey, again, last hour brought to you by the Man Cave Store. Visit mancavestore.com. Coming up a little bit later, we've got Yeah Man, No Man. We will talk more about the Braves. Matt Olson is doing special things. And I don't want this to get lost in what we're seeing with Ronald Acuna. You guys know how I feel about him. Acuna for life. MVP, it's not even a question. But when Matt Olson was an 11-year-old here in Atlanta, living in the suburbs with his parents, Andrew Jones was playing baseball, Mike, and he got a chance to witness Andrew Jones hitting 51 home runs. And now he's a Brave, and he's done that. Yeah. And he's going to surpass this mark, this milestone. And what he's doing, I don't want it to get lost with all the other great things we're seeing this season. All the conversation about would Matt Olson be as good as Freddie, Mike? He has been.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you could argue about with the average, but he's making up for that with walks and the OPS. His on base is insane. And whatever that was last September, he's completely swung it the other way, and he's just been on fire. He's batting over 400 now in the month of September. So you're feeling good about him. Look, I got no worries on this roster 1 through 9. Everybody is doing their job. It's the bullpen. The thing that scares me, we'll talk more about that later with Grant, but it's the bullpen is giving me a little bit of agita. And tonight, look, 10 earned runs for Strider the last 2 outings.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's a must, but he would certainly, I think, it needs to be good. It needs to be
tonight.
Yeah. Yes. I don't want to see 4 home runs. Like it's a tough ballpark to keep the ball in the park. I get that, but I don't want to see him giving up a bunch of taters and he's out with like a pitch count that's through the moon through like 4 innings tonight.
I agree. We will see how he responds. And the other thing is, you got clinched tonight. So I think
magic numbers 2.
Yeah, I think he'll be motivated. So we'll see where that goes. Hey, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the
news and notes from around the league. This is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Snitch Change. He's a loyal listener, avid Twitter follower or X. He says, Dukes and Bell, I almost ran off the road when Mike dropped that Jamie Gum line because it is creepy. It is creepy.
Does your mattress have any stains on it? No. I was preferring if it did.
All right.
Maybe you could help me move it into the van.
No, thank you. And that's the other thing. I said, you've got to move this stuff however you're going to move it. I'm not helping. I'm going to sit here with a hayman and watch you guys load this stuff up. All right. We're live at Flowery Branch, man. Coach is on the way, 4:20. We will talk to Coach Art. Also, Caden Ellis is going to join us a little bit later on. Let's talk about the NFL. We have just found out that the New York Football Jets will not pursue Tom Brady.
No.
Surprised?
No. I think that Brady is finally kaput with his football career, and he's on other greener pastures. It was intriguing, though, just because, you felt of all the guys who perhaps could do it, it would be Brady. But again, Brady at times last year looked very normal.
He did.
He did not look like superstar Tom Brady.
He was
looked
distracted.
Him and Matt Ryan, between the two, whether you want to, I think it was a combination, yes. The personal issues, but more importantly, the fact that it was, look out, Tom. His offensive line couldn't protect him. Him and Matt Ryan have very similar situations in Indianapolis and in Tampa. Brady, obviously, had some better wide receivers to get the ball out, but still, the Bucs never passed the eye test at all last season.
No. Jets made it clear last 24 hours. Zach Wilson is their starter. Robert Saleh said as much yesterday. He will start against the Cowboys. By the way, if you're curious, I think the Cowboys are a 9-point favorite heading into this weekend. Guys, that's a lot. Now, I know they crushed the Giants, but I'm just telling you, that is a lot in the NFL. Either way.
And that number jumped huge, obviously. Remember we talked about it earlier in the week, and then boom, big times. Touchdown movement.
While they've had options on the table, they will not pursue Brady. Brady is 46, guys. And by the way, I'm enjoying him in these commercials, by the way. I'm enjoying Brady's personality in these commercials. Don't know what kind of broadcaster he's going to be. We'll have to wait till next year to see that, but they are not going to pursue him. Mike, they still probably, though, need to sign another quarterback at some point.
Yeah, but at what degree do you just simply go get another cast off? Some guys, a lot of Falcon fans have said, why don't we trade Taylor Heineke? Well, I mean, there's nobody on the offensive line you'd want. You'd get a draft pick. What will you get for Taylor Heineke? A third-round pick? A fourth-round pick? I mean, I'm talking at best, but maybe more likely a fifth or a sixth. So I just don't. I think they've got a good Tyler is in a good position here, and I think the Falcons like to have a nice, let's be honest, insurance policy for Desmond Ridder. I wouldn't want to do that deal.
Big Bo back at the studio. Let me hear Robert Saleh say, I want to hear it from the horse's mouth about Zach Wilson being their quarterback, because now they're going to ride with him. And by the way,
we are going to look through some things, but I do want to make it very clear. Zach's our quarterback. We got a lot of faith in Zach. We're really excited about his opportunity. But we're rolling
5 seconds
and excited for this, excited for him. And like I said, this opportunity that he's going to get.
Yeah, and we'll play the next one about people wanting to bury the Jets. But I was going to say, Mike, you drafted him. They drafted him. Now, I know they didn't have the belief, and he made mistakes last year, but you drafted. This is a high investment for the Jets. This is the only thing that makes sense.
Right, and the one thing that did come, I thought, from Hard Knocks is, I mean, I can't imagine he's not trying to sponge up everything Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers was a willing participant as a mentor.
Yep.
And you saw that in Hard Knocks. So he's got to stop with the stupid throws. He does the stuff that Jameis Winston used to do, when it was like, what are you doing here? And certainly if you look at the rogues gallery of other options, the Carson Wentz's, the Nick Foles, there's a bunch of dudes you wouldn't want to. I mean, I'd rather just hope that you feel your offensive coordinator can continue to straighten him out for making those terrible decisions and just be a good game manager with all the weapons you got on that
That's
team.
all he has to do. Let me hear Saleh talk about people wanting to bury the Jets now.
I don't know why people are trying to put an obituary under our team name. Aaron is an unbelievable piece to this whole thing, and we love him, but there's 52
5 seconds
room plus the 16 practice squad guys that believe that we can do a hell of a lot of good things here.
Yeah, but you got Aaron to take the next step. Let's not lie to ourselves.
No, I mean, look, and I'm being polite talking about Zach Wilson. Aaron Rodgers is there because he couldn't do the job, because you felt that, yes, and if there was some chance that perhaps he picked something up and maybe in year 4, but again, eventually the Jets, it's not like right now if you're the Jets, it's not even this decision like Daniel Jones. If you're fast forward into year 5, you're not picking up the option. You're letting him go.
No, you're not. There is another story in the NFL. This is all alleged. Buffalo Bills owner, it's Terry Pugula. Is that right? Pegula? Pegula. Okay. He allegedly made racist comments about black players in the NFL, according to a racial discrimination lawsuit against the league. It was filed by longtime reporter Jim Trotter. Jim has been on our show numerous times. He's done a great job over the course of his career. Trotter, Mike, alleges the lawsuit that in 2020, a fellow NFL media reporter recalled a conversation that he had with the Bills owner, who was speaking to the reporter about the social justice initiatives and Black Lives Matter. So this comes out in this case, this discrimination lawsuit with Jim Trotter, not the Bills owner.
Right.
But he denies all of these allegations.
They allege that Pegula said if they don't like it, they can go back to another country. And then Trotter's like asking the NFL, are we investigating? He said the NFL said they were looking into it. But did they ever do that? And then Trotter got let go by NFL Network. Other notes about players on the field. Chris Jones said he's super pleased with his contract. Looks like
how.
He's expected to play 1-year deal. What did you gain? Travis Kelce also set to return to practice according to Kansas City. And Doug Peterson, this is a big matchup, by the way, for the Jaguars. We'll talk more about this coming up. I got some stuff for you in Guy Talk about how much he loves Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, because he improved their team. Well, coming up, we're going to talk about the guys that replaced the guys that we thought were unreplaceable. Next on Dukes and Bell. This hour brought to you by the Georgia Hemp Company. We're live at Flowery Branch, Dukes and Bell. Interesting stuff today, man. I trust my partner. Been with him for a long time. Known him for many, 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 many years before we actually started doing this thing together. He scared me. I don't think I'm going to sell this stuff online.
I just think
I don't think I'm going to do it.
Well, I mean, like Joe Blow in his neighborhood doing it's different, but there's just so many folks out there. It's just, I don't believe in, not interacting with the world. Yes.
No, I'm living in fear now, Mike.
But there are things, and again, you can thank my wife. All she watches is the First 48, Dateline, all the crap on all these shows where people like you, innocent folks, is trying to move some stuff, some furniture.
Innocent people.
And then it usually ends with there's a detective talking, and there's a dismemberment, and, you know what I mean? And there's, as I said, you know how the Dateline formula works, your husband sensed something was off with this man when he first showed up. Michelle will be like, yeah, something was definitely wrong with this guy. There was something definitely wrong with the man. Yes, I just said that. So that's where it starts. So, and then even as we said earlier, just real quick, and this has nothing to do with, them getting murdered, but you do the garage sale. There's people out there who live for garage sales, and some of them are real mutants.
Yes, they are.
I went to this when my mom moved into assisted living up in New York, and we had like the garage sale. Then we had we cleared out the house. We had like two, those giant dumpsters, those rollaways.
Yeah,
they put back on the truck
for sure.
People later on came back and were going through those dumpsters. I mean, literally, like a bunch of scavengers in Escape from New York. That's what I mentioned that earlier. So there's just sometimes I'm with you. You just want to get the stuff out of here. I think maybe a consignment store is the best way, or you call the 800 junk guys. It's not cheap, but it just goes and it's gone. But then Carl showed me the stuff he's trying to sell, and it'd be a waste to just throw the stuff out.
Yeah.
So you are in a conundrum, my friend.
Yeah, it's and here's
make $250, or get murdered.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Pepe Kel, that's the guy's Twitter handle. He says, put him up, see Dukes and Bell 929. He says, I do it all the time on Facebook Marketplace, which is another place.
Right.
He says, we're talking about selling items online, guys, and I was talking about selling some furniture, and Mike has told me that I'm going to get stabbed and killed, so I shouldn't do it. He says,
well, they'll kidnap you first.
Well, either way. Facebook Marketplace, he says, just stay away from some of the other places. Okay. And I'm not going to mention those other places.
Right.
Okay, but he gave me two names, and I'm just like, okay, fine.
Because the other thing is, some people have fake IDs and false identification.
Yes, they do.
And then,
on these sites.
Then they'll never find your body.
Yeah. All right, I'm done. Go to the poll question. Dukes and Bell 929. You can vote. Let us know what you think. By the way, in defense, one of our Twitch listeners, Jason, just told us that he said, "What about yard sales? People come to your house for yard sales."
Yeah, but then all the other those people are creeps too in their own way.
All right.
I mean, I've seen it both. I've seen both sides of it. Right. I've driven up one time. I'm driving by. I saw yards. Oh, look at that! Pulled in. They're like a Pac-Man machine. This is years ago. It was like a tabletop.
Okay.
So, that's kind of cool. But but the other people around. Do you want to be one of those people at a garage sale? Is it $2? You wouldn't sell it for $1?
Yeah, they do that.
And then you want to choke. Then you're going to jail because you're going to choke somebody.
They do that. All right, more on this coming up. These are the times of our lives. With that said, did you think, be honest, when we lost Freddie Freeman, that Matt Olson was be this good? Did you think when we lost Dansby Swanson that Arcia and company, it's not just been him, it's been other guys that have had to step in throughout the course of the season, would fill the void and be this good? The one thing that you lost with Dansby, and you're seeing this in Chicago, is culture in the clubhouse, how that has galvanized, the team up there, and they've come together. But you had enough leadership in this clubhouse, Mike, that it didn't affect us that much. Right. And guys stepped up, and those roles were taken on. And I just think for all the things that we thought, just go back a couple of years, guys. We win the World Series. Freddie's situation plays out. City loses our mind. Then the Dansby thing happens, and they're not going to pay him. And we go, what are they doing? And here we are with the best record in the National League, the best record in the majors.
Right.
We've got all these guys balling out, chasing all these different milestones. And the guys that have replaced the stars that we had, that were legitimate guys and great people and stars, are as good. Yeah. They're as good.
Now, there's always been that thing we talked about, chemistry and leadership. And some guys say, well, leadership's overblown. And who's the leader on the team? Well, I think Albies is kind of like the heart and soul of that baseball team. I think that, the catcher's always part of it, although he's kind of like, it's more of a timeshare now at catcher. I think I heard Andy say that today. But I would say that I legitimately thought in the offseason that Dansby was kind of a glue guy and a dude that was, if you get too much of your core out, sometimes the thing just can't support itself. Not even the case. There is now. Do we have? I wouldn't call them cliques. I just think you've got the Latin players set the tone on this team.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I think it's Ronald and it's Albies and Arcia. I think those guys, there's a joy that they play with. I think that, Austin Riley leads. He's very stoic.
He is.
You hear Matt Olson doesn't say two words. So if there's a personality or where it's coming from, I think it's coming up the middle. I think it's Arcia, it's Albies, and I think it's Ronald Acuna.
It has been a pleasant surprise to see all the guys that we really weren't sure about be able to deliver.
Right.
Watching Matt Olson do what he's doing right now is a pleasant surprise. Because remember, when Freddie left, we were like, wait a minute, where's all this production going to come from? And the one thing we didn't know about Matt Olson, by the way, when he comes over is, what's he going to do in the playoffs? He hadn't had that opportunity.
Right.
We had seen Freddie numerous times in the playoffs deliver. He delivered the year we win the World Series, guys. So that was the one question. But I got to tell you, I'm not worried about that anymore. I'm not worried about whether Olson's going to deliver or Arcia. And by the way, Eddie's back to being the Eddie Rosario that we went out and acquired during the World Series run. All of these things are adding up to us putting ourselves in position to win another World Series. I'm not going to get on this yet. We're a few weeks away. Let the season finish out. But, Mike, everything that we wanted, and we said, man, I hope Alex Anthopoulos is right. He's been right. He's been right on all of this.
Yeah, I mean, we thought, remember the whole Vaughn Grissom, not even a controversy, the Vaughn Grissom decision. Arcia signs for what's basically peanuts by today's Major League Baseball standards. And we were worried. I mean, I think we loved the idea that Vaughn Grissom would take the page out of as the next brave star to step in like money Mike Harris. And he's still doing a great job, and he's still in the organization. But Arcia has been fantastic. How many clutch at bats has Arcia had this year? I can think of 10 right off the top of my head.
Yeah, he's been great, man. I don't know. I think sometimes when you have a championship caliber team and you have these players that you feel like are irreplaceable, and then you go through what we went through, it just shows us Braves country, Braves fans, as things change, if you get the right guys, it doesn't mean that your team changes.
Right.
And Mike, is this team better than the 21 team? Is this team better?
Now, 1 through 9, totally.
Yes.
Because, once you made the deal, let's be honest, how many Braves fans we got who from the Royals? Jorge who? And Soler we got the man at the right time. Every other year, it seems like Soler just really rakes like he's doing for the Marlins this year. And Rosario came in. Rosario was kind of damaged goods from Cleveland, if you think about that. And it was just perfect. And the way Snicker managed it. But the thing that team had that this team doesn't have is the night shift. Matt Sick and company, those guys, that bullpen was just better. So I think it's not a blind spot for Alex, but I think the only guy that I would have really liked to see was us go get Hader. But that ask was probably too rich. That would have been Vaughn Grissom. That would have been a bunch of young pitchers because the Padres were only going to let him go for some serious talent. Did we do enough? There was not a lot of great pieces to be gotten. Other teams to kind of beat us to the punch on some of the middle relievers. But Brad Hand had a nice outing last night.
He was great.
He sealed the deal for you with a runner on second as they got it done. Those the extra inning rules. But Iglesias, I just hope this is just a temporary situation for him. I'm not exactly enamored with this bullpen. I think that's where we get in trouble. That's why it's imperative the starters go deep. But you can't, when you get into a seven game series, that's not always what you can bank on. You're going to lean on your bullpen or a guy like Wright to come in. And I don't know what he's going to be yet.
Do you guys feel like this team is better than the 21 team?
Hitting 1 through 9, yes. Starting pitching,
okay,
yes.
So then that means, though,
but bullpen, no.
So if you feel like 1 through 9, that means we're going to outscore everybody in the playoffs because we're going to produce runs, which is what we've done all season.
Right.
We've
hit home runs.
We've hit more home runs. We don't win. But we've hit more home runs than anybody else. But we've won in situations where we haven't necessarily had multi-home run games. I just think if you feel that way, which is kind of how I feel, then we should be celebrating another parade here soon. Because this offense is the reason why we are probably going to win the World Series if it happens this year. It's not going to be because of the shutdown bullpen. Teams can change, Mike, how they win. That year we won with the bullpen, and I've said this, the teams that have traditionally now over the last decade or so won have had great bullpens. And the teams that are going into the playoffs, or at least right now projected to be, all have pretty good bullpens. But none of them score runs like we do. Nobody's raking like this team. So that is our strength, and we could go into the playoffs, and we will have this debate about whether good hitting beats good pitching. And we're going to find out.
And for the first time, you're going into a postseason where you maybe feel better about your starting pitching than the Dodgers for the things that they've gone through with, losing Urias because he was an idiot. the other injuries and, the fact that they don't pass the eye test. We talked about this with Tony Gwynn Jr. the other day. The Phillies, I got to be honest, if there's a team I don't want to see in the playoffs, is Phillies.
Yeah.
For the reasons they've come back in almost every game in the series.
They're talking a lot, or at least their manager is. If you missed that earlier, he had some things to say about the way Ronald Acuna hit the home run last night and pimped it. He went on their station up there, WIP, and was talking about it. Mike and I were discussing that earlier. You can hit us up, guys. Mike Bell, ATL. I mean, put him up. See Dukes, the radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. Here is another testament, or someone testifying, should I say,
yes,
about selling items online. This is United Birds and LP. That's his Twitter handle.
Right.
Says, I sold a car on Craigslist. Probably wouldn't do it again. Russian showed up, paid cash. It was a Mercedes for his son.
Nice deal.
So I don't
What's
understand.
wrong with that?
No,
that seems like a good deal done.
Transaction went through. I don't understand. What's the problem?
Now, years ago, I bought a Jaguar XK8 convertible on eBay.
Okay.
For $10,000
from one owner,
from a guy in Miami.
Okay.
But it was off where the drug dealers live, and they have those farmland west of Fort Lauderdale. You watch Cocaine Cowboys. Remember Mike Brooks, our buddy, he's passed away. Brooks is like, yeah, probably 2 keys in the trunk to be a drug mule. but everything worked out. But there's a little bit of sketchiness because of all the things we see on TV. Carl says, trust your neighbor. I say, pack some heat.
Coming up. Yeah, man, no man's on the way. We are live at Flowery Branch. Coach is going to stop by. Caden Ellis. We'll talk about the Packers and more. Stay right there. Chris here.
It's Falcons Wednesday, and Dukes and Bell are live at the Ticketmaster Studios at Flowery Branch with the latest on our Dirty Birds.
On
Oh, you're live?
829, The Game.
We're having a good time up here at Flowery Branch. Appreciate all the input on selling items on the internet. It is
and
amazing.
living to tell the tale.
Well, it's amazing. I'm glad that our audience is so real and loving with me to care about me enough to say, don't do it. And following Mike Bell's lead to say he would not sell these items online and allow people to come to his home, which is what this discussion was with my wife last night. So thank you guys for hitting us up. Poll questions up at Dukes and Bell 929. Coming up, by the way, Coach Art's going to stop by. We will talk to him in the 4 o'clock hour, and also Caden Ellis is going to stop by. This hour brought to you by the Georgia Hemp Company, guys, as we're live at Flowery Branch. Let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey. The Cavs are here. And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
Turtle, what is going on today, my man?
Well, with Nick Saban's Alabama Crimson Tide reeling after a loss to Carl Dukes' Texas Longhorns,
It happened.
the Alabama State could use a new voice.
Okay.
And I have found it. Alabama A&M's head coach, Cannell Maynor, is a legend. And I'm going to let you hear what he had to say about his Bulldogs traveling to Southern in a classic matchup this weekend.
Man, I'm very excited, man. We Bulldogs and we're ready to bite. You see, I'm excited, man. I'm ready to go. It's game week. It's conference week. And, and this is going to rub off on my team. Those guys are excited. We had a good practice this morning.
That's funny. He just started barking in the middle of his comments.
Kind of like remember the Coastal Carolina coach a couple years back? I don't need them cats. I need more dogs.
Yeah, he sure did. It's going to rub off on his team. Listen, I love it when coaches give us a little bit of this. Right. Coach Saban, man, I've already heard the rumors out there. And sorry, Alabama fans, I don't start rumors. I just talk about them once they're out. That this is the downfall, that at some point he's 72. He's, going to turn the page and he'll be in the broadcast booth. I'm not counting Saban out because we kicked their butts. Right. He's still, do we forget? He had the #1 recruiting class.
Correct.
On paper, they're loaded at every position. Where they're not loaded is at quarterback. So this is the thing that's missing this year that he's had, Mike, for the last 5 years, and it's not been an issue. But I'm not counting Alabama out. And by the way, if he decides to go into the transfer portal next season, he can fix the quarterback spot like that. So I'm not counting Alabama out.
He's got the kid. Raiola's 1 or 2, depending on who you talk to. He's got the other guy. He's got the 2-1, whether considered 1 or 1A. Georgia's got one, and Bama's got the other. And the best with the Elite 11, all those those midseason games that they do with all the college, elite to high school, college recruits. Yeah, he's got some consider the #1 quarterback coming in next year.
Yeah. So, but that is gold right there.
Let me ask you this, guys. Next week this week they have South Florida. All right, whatever. They get right game. The weekend after that, the Lane train rolls into Tuscaloosa.
Upset City.
Who do you like?
Well, Lane has a better quarterback. I mean, this is the thing in these big games is if you're telling me that Alabama will be competitive and they're going to be in these games, the difference will be the quarterback play.
Right.
And that's what you saw last weekend. Quinn Ewers was better than Milroe.
By the way, Julian Sayin is the guy I couldn't remember because obviously Dylan Raiola is playing down the road at Buford. He'll be going to Georgia, and Julian Sayin is going to the Tide. So I'll get the name out there.
And I think that's what changes their momentum as far as where they go. But all this stuff about Coach Saban, look, I'm reveling in the idea or the fact that the Texas Longhorns beat up on them physically, beat them at home, broke all these streaks. But I'd be an idiot to sit here and say that Alabama's not going to be good in the next few years as Coach Saban gets. Now, once he gets to 75, Mike, it's a different conversation. Well, that's 3 years from now.
I forget, we had a guy hit us up on the text line yesterday who said, what if this is the beginning of the end? What if, Bill O'Brien?
Well, I would love it because it means we started.
Yeah, because Bill O'Brien, who some Bama fans were ready to drive to the airport, gives way to a guy that some folks are kind of lukewarm about. And, is this considered a gap year? Well, Jalen Milroe was supposed to be the guy, but if you don't coach him up, then have you lost your fastball?
Yeah.
If after waiting all, preseason to name him your starter. And then the secondary, which is always, look, I know it's banged up, but the Alabama secondary, remember the year they lost like 3 linebackers? They're supposed to be like Doritos. They just make more in Alabama. The physicality of it, your own offensive lineman, the guard yesterday saying that it was a bad week of practice. Those are just things you wouldn't expect to hear from a Nick Saban team.
Not at all. Not at all. And by the way, I've said this is an interesting tidbit, guys. Every time Saban has changed coordinators, offensive and defensive coordinators, have been 4 times since he's been there, since he got the job. They've not won the national championship. He did that again this year. So they already have the 1L. I don't know how they maneuver the SEC, but at the end of the day, man, they still could be in the SEC championship game playing probably Georgia, but they're not beating Georgia with
right
what I saw.
now in the West. If I gave you Bama or the Field, who are you taking?
Field.
Nah, because Texas A&M isn't all that, and LSU just got spanked by Florida State.
Auburn?
So Auburn may have something to say in the Iron Bowl, but
Field.
Yeah. Well, we'll know what Auburn's about when we see them against Georgia. Their schedule's a beast, by the way. Auburn's got an unbelievably 3-game patch. So I'm going to roll with Saban for TFN.
Okay, fair enough. All right, this next story is a lesson in check your sources, as we like to say back home in New Jersey and New York, because this story involves New York Yankees broadcaster and ESPN radio host Michael Kay, who apparently got some sources that head coach of the New York Giants, Brian Daboll, had a, quote, huge house party on Saturday night, the day before they got their butts whooped by the Cowboys 40-0. Well, turns out huge house party was a party for his 6-year-old.
Oh.
So Kay had to publicly come on the air.
Healthy for the entire season.
Oh, don't say that.
So Kay had to come on the air and publicly apologize to his audience in New York about making this error. Yeah, man, no, man. You just got to be better than that.
You got to be better than that. It is about credibility. I know you guys hear a lot of guys talk on the radio, and they're not good, but there's nothing like credibility. If you're telling me I'm running with a story that is not true, and this is why on this show, we're very careful about how we run with information once it comes out. And Mike and I, there have been times where guys have been like, oh, you guys are scared to say anything about this. And then 2 days later, the story's not true. 2 days later, somebody lied.
That's why we always say we might not be the first, we wouldn't be accurate. Get it right.
That's all that matters.
Especially in this world we live in today, where you got all these. I mean, look, I know some guys are trying to make a name for themselves, but they're not established. They don't have a track record, so you have no idea if there's any veracity to the story.
I just hate that. And here's the thing that makes that even worse. You look like an idiot because it was for his kids.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it was an adult party, you might be able to go there and say, well, he shouldn't have even been doing that. You can't say anything. It was for his kids. Got to be better.
Yeah, when guys that are not insiders try to get in the insider game, this is what can happen. You know, Michael Kay is not a newsbreaker. He's a play-by-play guy and a radio host. He's not somebody that is known for breaking stories, so he definitely stepped in it. All right, our guy.
I mean, can I be honest?
Yeah.
Be honest, Mike.
He's a jerk.
You've been honest with me all day, Mike.
Michael Kay is a putz. Back to you, Chris.
Not a guy that you should go buy furniture from.
Guy with an ego as big as the great outdoors.
And as big as his noggin, which is pretty large. All right, so our next story involves a friend of the show, BMAC, Bryant McFadden. He is getting into the hot take game, apparently. Because he says this guy should be your NFL MVP.
If Tua Tagovailoa stays healthy for the entire season, he will win the MVP award. Clip and save this. If Tua Tagovailoa stays healthy, he will win the MVP award. And the next best competitor in regards to that race is his teammate in Tyreek Hill.
Well, if he's throwing for 466 yards every game, he will be the MVP, Carl, because that's the kind of stuff we used to see Patrick Mahomes doing.
Tyreek said he wanted to go for 2,000 yards this year. He had 200 in the first game. If Tyreek Hill catches 2,000 yards, BMAC is right, because that means Tua will have been throwing for 45 or 5,000 yards and a bunch of touchdowns. So, listen, we forget when he's on the field, Mike, they win. When Tua's on the field, they win. Go look at his numbers.
Look at the numbers.
When he is on the field and plays an entire game, I think he's lost like 2 games or whatever. It's a silly number. Last year it was different because of the concussion. So it's not far-fetched.
Well, it's just that everybody, and I said this, I believe I said this yesterday, guilty as charged. You get into this whole, he's 1 hit away. Well, if they can protect him, and, you know, as we talked about, concussions are serious, now more serious than ever the way they're handled.
Yeah.
I think that's why people kind of discount him. Well, this and that, and it can't stay healthy. But the dude is making unbelievable plays. And look, that team, I just wonder if they needed Dalvin Cook. They're kind of doing it by committee with the running back. Be curious to see how that comes back to bite him if somebody does try to stop Tua. But how can you not be blown away by what he did against the Chargers?
And here's the thing.
And New England will give him a test coming up this weekend.
Yeah, it was the best game last weekend. 9 lead changes. It was just incredible. 2 ties before the game was determined in the last minute 45. But he's not playing scared. Right. He's not in the pocket like antsy and throwing it away. Mike, he was making throws and running into the pocket.
Right.
So
he's
not
healthy,
afraid.
They almost beat Buffalo with the backup in Buffalo last year. So imagine if he was healthy, right?
Skylar Thompson, shout out to you,
right,
guy, for almost bringing the Dolphins back. All right, Bo, we got to run. Hit my music.
More people are coming in with messages for Carl.
Yeah.
Saying that they've done a lot. Apparently, guys are. Can I give you some advice, guys? If you're making transactions involving $10,000, don't put it in writing on Twitter.
Oh, is that what's going on now?
The IRS.
Oh, this
might want
furniture.
to take a piece out of
this. Furniture is not being sold.
All these guys sharing. This guy's like, I made this deal with the Russians. They showed up in black leather jackets. So what? I used to wear. That's my look. I like the black leather sport coat. Someday it's coming back, Carl.
Wait a minute.
Someday it's coming back.
Wait a minute. So he's saying because these guys showed up in black leather jackets.
Because the guy had a black leather jacket. He was like a Russian mobster. He's just a guy in a black leather jacket. Now you're being stereotypical. If he talks like Teddy KGB, I give you $10,000 for Mercedes for my number 1 son.
Oh, my goodness.
If you show up in a trench coat at Carl Dukes' house, he will not answer the door.
But come on, Carl. Someday the black leather sport coat's coming back. Becky tries to get me to get rid of that. Speaking of taking stuff to Goodwill.
I got one.
Someday, Chris, it's coming back.
No, I have one in my closet as well. I paid too much money for it.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
not giving it away.
And when it does, I'll break out a black turtleneck and look like a bad guy in a John Wick movie.
One of our listeners, Chef the Entertainer, says, Dukes, don't do it, brother. Don't do it. Wow. You guys are adamant.
Some alcoholic going to show up going, I need some hay, man. I'm going to sleep in your couch. Yeah, I hear you, brother. The idea, if you missed it earlier, we'll reset for you a little bit later. But Carl looking to move some stuff from the house as empty nesters and people saying don't even interact with the public.
No, you started this. You scared everybody. Hey, coming up, Dog Report's on the way. The praise for Brock Bowers. You won't believe it. It's on the way on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
HD1.
Any update on Coach? No.
Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Atlanta Sports Radio 92.9.
Give me the Kirby. Number 30. Day, you in?
It's 4 o'clock on the number one sports.
Sir, number 30.
Number 30, sir. Thank you,
All right,
brother.
got you.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Yep. It is Dukes and Bell. We are live at Flowery Branch, guys. We are waiting Coach Arthur Smith to join us. Tough task this week, but it's the NFL. It's tough every week, guys, as the Green Bay Packers will come into town, and we'll get a chance to see our team again in action. Mike, there will be improvements because that's what happens in the NFL. But more importantly, I love what Desmond Ridder said today, and I want to read this to you before we get into some dog stuff as they get ready for South Carolina. Desmond Ridder was quoted as saying today that he's not a stat guy, okay? And he's not into stats. And I retweeted this because as he was asked about, the numbers being pedestrian, as they were last week, and we all talked about it, guys, he says, quote, "I'm not a stat person, so don't care how many times I throw the ball or whatever. I want to win at the end of the day." And my whole post has been, and this is what I said to you guys on Monday, what are we talking about? We're winning.
Right.
If we are 5-0 and Desmond Ridder throws for 150 in 5 games and we're winning, I don't want to hear anything about, well, he should be doing this. I understand we all want the wow moments. Those haven't happened yet. I get it. But if we're winning, do you really care? Because we've been losing. So he said this today, Mike, and here's my thing. Do you believe him? Do you think this is true about Desmond Ridder saying, listen, I'm not a stat guy. I don't care about that?
Well, I mean, it's refreshing in a world where everybody's obsessed with their stats and their numbers. But I mean, like the only beef, as we said, we're going to say when Arthur comes in here in about 20 minutes or so, we're not apologizing for a win. And you and I talked about it. Yeah, I mean, if we didn't have all these resources that were dedicated to skill position players, which kind of puts an impetus on getting those guys the rock, that's what creates that sense of, well, why did we draft these guys if they're not going to be part of it? It's one game, guys. It's one game. And last year, the delivery system was so unreliable with Mariota that those guys also didn't have the impact they should have had. But it's just one game. And I do think that he's going to pop. The Panthers, we give us some credit. We said all last week, Derek Brown has been eating our lunch just like Cam Jordan has for a number of years in this division.
Yes.
And then Burns decides to play because he wants his loot. And that was some tough matchups for offensive line. Not sure Green Bay is going to come with that. We're going to find out. But I like, if we're winning, I don't care. It's just, it's a sports talk and it's a Twitter conversation about why would you draft Drake London and Pitts if they're not going to have a bigger impact. That's the only reason it comes in the conversation.
Listen.
When you can run the ball like we do, he can be a game manager type stat guy.
I want Pitts involved as much as the next guy. I've been telling you guys, he's got to be better and more involved in this offense for months now, right? The unicorn thing, we talked about it. It's not personal. We drafted this guy 4th overall. There's no reason why he shouldn't be more involved.
Right.
But with that said, if you were telling me, Mike, over the next 3 games, Sunday, Pitts has 3 catches, Drake has 5, and we win. Do we care? No.
No, but now, if you're losing those games and those guys, and that's the thing,
different.
Then you get into there's just a disconnect between the general manager and the coach. And why did the front office do this if we're not utilizing the skill set? And why do we dedicate resources when we had so many holes the last 3 years when we could have gotten an impact defensive player or an offensive lineman? That's if you're losing. If you're winning, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
So
and so that's an interesting quote. I just wanted to read that. We'll ask Coach about it,
right?
When he joins us here. But yeah, I'm with Coach on this, man. I mean, look, we're all in the fantasy game, and fantasy football's fun. You can't coach like that. You certainly can't play like that. You think Desmond Ridder's out there going, "Hey, I got to please my fantasy owners today"? Do you think he's saying that?
Right. And that's by the way, another thing we got right this year, other than you taking Drake London. I said, don't draft Falcon players.
I did take Drake.
I said, maybe you take Bijan, maybe you take Tyler Algier in the 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th round, whatever.
Drake's going to go off this week.
Right.
He is, man. I'm
telling
you.
For your sake.
He's gonna have a big game.
But until we establish how this is going to work, I just didn't know how it was going to work. And that's why the touch is only one football. Don't play with 2. So that's a problem.
All right, man. More to get to. Mike, I'm commenting to a guy. I'm sorry. I'm here.
You're here.
Well, no, yeah. I'm just – this guy had the audacity to say the bat flips and antics with Acuna are getting old. And it gets back to what you were saying.
Okay.
And we were talking about this. We'll get back into this earlier. But the manager of the Phillies went on their morning show in WIP today and basically criticized Ronald Acuna and said he should act like he's been there. And my whole notion is he hasn't. No one's been here.
Right.
He's having an historic season. But this Randy who listens to us says, I'm with the other guys who say the backflips and antics are getting old. And my response to him is, which I was writing, and I apologize,
Right.
smile, go to a movie, kiss your wife or girlfriend,
Right.
enjoy something in life that you might enjoy. It's just not that serious.
Nah, it's the way baseball is getting played by a lot of guys. Chris, our producer, brought this up earlier. Fernando Tatis was the poster boy for this until he got plugged for steroids, and of course he goes out the window. I mean, yes, I get it. There's some guys who probably look at Shohei Ohtani and say, "Look at the Japanese way of things. Don't show up your opponent," and that's fine, and that's another way of doing something.
Okay,
there are many ways to play baseball. You can play baseball and be a robot. You can play baseball and have joy with it, have fun, and flap your arms and do silly stuff.
Can I ask you?
And I love the fact one guy brought this up saying, do you think that with Chipper, like it is what it is? Chipper was a leader. The pitchers were kind of guys who set the tone on those teams back in the day. You can't say that Freddie wasn't important. Freddie was a superstar.
Yes, he was.
And Matt Olson now is really stepping up. And I thought that Dansby was a glue guy. Is the clubhouse looser that we can roll with the punches more now this year than we have in previous? I don't know. Sure looks that way.
Well, listen,
doesn't it?
When Ozuna got here, we forget because the incident happened with Marcell Ozuna. They were doing the Marcell Ozuna handshake and doing all this stuff. And then when he got into trouble, they stopped.
Right.
Do you remember?
Right.
I think the clubhouse has been loose. I think this is kind of where we're seeing more of it. Yes, but I do agree with that assessment that since those guys have left,
right,
there is, I don't even want to say looser, but there is a sense that guys are having more fun. This is my response to all this stuff, guys. Backflips, dances in the end zone, gyrations with the hips. Sports is fun. If you're watching and you're not having fun, stop watching. If I'm watching to be entertained. All this stuff, we pay top dollar, Mike, to go to these games to be entertained. If you're not entertained, stop watching sports. So if you're the guy that's sitting at home and going, these backflips and these antics, turn the television off, okay? Because this is supposed to be fun. I played because it was fun. I do this because it's fun. I watch the games because it's fun. That's it.
And there's a ton of players that are doing this now in the show. It's the way things now. Again, not everybody does it, but because obviously the Phillies, they were in their bag when Reese Hopkins hit that 3-run homer off a Strider last year in that divisional series. What? He threw that bat 20 feet in the air. And it's funny because I guess it's in the eye of the beholder. When we see Juan Soto or Tatis do something and then mack it out, you want to throw a punch at him.
Does he? Okay,
but that's the other side. But I mean, no, I know. Here's the thing. I'm not
overdoing it.
I'm playing devil's advocate. When you stop at third base on your around the bases, that is going to tick some guys off because it is you are showing off. You are doing it, but it's our thing. And if you don't like it, then don't let him hit the ball 450 feet.
That's where we're at. It's Dukes and Bell. Let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
It is South Carolina this week, Mike. I don't think the dogs have any issues, okay? They're going into this game with some momentum. Everything looks good. I feel better about this team than I did after week 1. And we're going to tell you about Brock Bowers and the praise that he's getting from a Super Bowl champion. But I want you to hear Kirby Smart first, Mike, because remember, South Carolina, they did beat Georgia a few years ago, and we all kind of forget about it, but Kirby was asked about it, and he even poked fun at the last time UGA lost at home.
Saturday night, Georgia now has the longest home win streak in the nation, and I guess the last one was South Carolina. Did you use that as a reference point at all for your team about that? That was a team that kind of snuck up, I guess. They weren't real good that year. Did you bring that up, or did you talk about the home win streak at all?
No, I wouldn't want to give B-Mac and Will pleasure.
Because remember, it was Will Muschamp was still the head coach of the Gamecocks at that time.
That's right. No, listen. Why talk about something that happened 3 years ago? Who cares? I mean, seriously, that doesn't affect anything that's going to happen this weekend. Kirby's right. Different team, different group of guys. Right. But I don't think you even go into this game thinking about longest home win streak and all that stuff, Mike. Handle business. And again, I don't know if they win by 4 touchdowns. They may, but I just think Georgia's better, and they're ultimately going to win the game. I just don't know about how much.
Well, if the Tar Heels sacked Spencer Rattler 9 times, can you imagine what Georgia's going to do?
Are they bringing
at home?
Blitzes? Are they bringing blitzes?
I don't think they have to. I think you get there with a down lineman. Look, we talked about, what they're just not really great in the trenches right now with South Carolina. This was some guys left, some guys graduated. Something that Coach Beamer talked about with us back. We had him. He was kind of doing the media tour back in the spring. The funny thing that Shane Beamer said yesterday was Tyler Simmons was onside back in the 2018 National Championship game.
Funny.
And it could have been Georgia maybe taking a 20-point lead at that point, or at least a 16-point lead. They were up 13 when the block punt was ruled offsides, which everyone knows now. It wasn't an SEC crew, as Shane said, but they blew it. But look, Shane's a good guy, but this is kind of a fallback to earth year, I think, for the Gamecocks.
I agree. And even with Spencer Rattler coming back, which he came back, guys, not because I think they really wanted him to. He was trying to increase his draft status.
Right.
So, you come in, you had a great ending of the year last year. We'll see how the season plays out for him. But let's get to Brock Bowers, Mike, because Super Bowl champion Ben Watson said on Monday night, former Georgia tight end himself compares Brock Bowers to the NBA all-time great Michael Jordan during his appearance on Dog Nation. And he was saying Brock Bowers is like Jordan, discussing Brock Bowers, a guy who can do everything, just like Jordan could. He plays offense. He can play defense. He can dunk. He can shoot the jumper. He can motivate you. When I watch Brock Bowers, he's the most complete player at any position.
How about that?
That's a strong acknowledgement.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you invoke MJ, I mean, that's pretty. Well, again, people ask me, I say that Carl Dukes is the Michael Jordan of point man in sports talk. I would never say LeBron. I would never say LeBron. You're MJ because you're better. You're the Michael Jordan of doing that.
Yes.
And the best partner I ever had. But yeah, I mean, is it a little like, tap the brakes on that? But this dude, the only thing which is going to hurt him is having these weak opponents. In fact, that they basically rested him this week. This last week,
they did,
and against Ball State,
because you don't need him.
And if that's going to bear, I mean, because some people would love to see. I'd love to see somebody other than a quarterback win the Heisman.
Me too.
And even a running back. It's so, but that might hurt him. But he's got a chance to shine in some of these bigger games now, SEC on CBS, etc. Like what's coming
up. Brock Bowers, we've said this. He didn't have to play this season. I mean, like, seriously, if he wanted to be that guy, he could have said, look at my last two seasons.
Well, look how Clowney checked out his last year in South Carolina.
He could have
been
been
the Gamecocks.
Absolutely. But he's playing, and he wants a chance at another unprecedented third national championship. But I don't think there's any debating what Ben Watson said. He's absolutely right about Brock Bowers. Hey, coming up, we're going to get a chance to chop it up with Coach. Arthur Smith is on the way, guys. Also, we'll talk to Caden Ellis, our starting linebacker, about this week's task to take on the Green Bay Packers. It's all straight ahead on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. No coach. We'll keep you updated. We're just rolling, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Rolling.
More Falcons
Talk about the clock.
live with Deucey Bell and the
Talk about the
French.
clock.
On Falcons Wednesday on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are waiting on Coach Arthur Smith, head football coach of our Atlanta Falcons, as we're up here at Flowery Branch, guys. This hour brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. We are going to talk to Coach. We're also going to talk to Kate Nellis. And Mike, we've had probably, 3, maybe 4 conversations with him since he got here, when he signed. And then there was a couple of times at camp we chopped it up with him. Enjoyed our conversations with Kate Nellis. He's a very fun guy to be around, and we expect big things from him. I'm curious to know what he says about last week and then what the defense expects to do this week against Green Bay.
And his wingman is going to be out with a concussion protocol, barring some, usually once you hear a guy saying, it generally means he's going to be out for the week. But Troy Anderson apparently reporting that he had some symptoms and self-reports. So he's in the concussion protocol at linebacker. And that would mean that Nate Landman out of Colorado, who they really like, we saw making some plays in the preseason, would then slide in to replace number 44 against number 55, who we're going to talk to a little bit later.
I said this, Mike, to you. Anderson came back in. I didn't expect anything. If he doesn't self-report, which is great because we want to protect guys long-term. You don't want to be dealing with this all
Think of
season.
guys, he aspires to be a guy like Luke Kuechly. Luke Kuechly had to shut it down because of concussions.
So I'm glad that happened. But I had no idea. I just didn't. But either way, we'll get a chance to talk to Caden coming up here. If you're just joining us, a couple of things going on. And one of the things that we've been talking about today, and it's not necessarily something that Ronald Acuna did to spark this conversation, except do what he's done all season long.
Right.
And Rob Thompson, who was the manager of the Phillies, went on WIP up in Philly today and basically said he wishes, as he was asked about Acuna and the season he's having, and he was, the home run last night, and he was like, well, I wish he would act like he's been there. I was telling my guys, and it's just this old cliche crap, man. And we've been talking about it, and so many people responding today. I just got a response from one of our listeners, and she says, I want Acuna to hit a home run so bad tonight just to pimp it even more.
Right.
And Sharon, I'm with you. I would love to see it, but he's not doing – this just didn't start. He's not doing this just because we're playing the Phillies. He's been doing this all season.
And he does this to everybody.
Everybody. And so now Rob Thompson, because we're crushing their skulls, he's all upset about, I wish he'd act like he's been there. I tell my guys that. This conversation is so weak sauce to me, Mike, because today's generation is different.
It's a different style.
It is. And more importantly, he's different. Ronald Acuna is having fun. Somebody tell me what's wrong with that.
25-year-old baseball player, 100% healthy for the first time in 2 seasons, having the season of his life. It started down in Venezuela in winter ball. He's been on top of everything. I mean, the guy's just been amazing. The other day when he lost the ball in the sun, picks it up, whoosh, guns the guy out at home. He's on the verge of something we've never seen. Some guys are trying to discount the stolen bases because the bases are the size of pizza boxes. Well, is everybody stealing 70 bases?
No.
Well, then shut up.
No.
It's just look, we said this earlier. Yes, when you are a Braves fan and Fernando Tatis flexes a home run or Juan Soto mean mugs you or something, you want to, maybe punch him. And maybe somebody wants to punch Ronald Acuna and happens to be Rob Thompson. Do something about it. Tell your pitchers not to give up the 450 home run with 115-mile exit velocity. So I understand. Like, I will say this, though. I still, because this is conditioning of the old school, which I'm breaking, which I'm going to admit.
Okay.
When I do see him do that little stop at third base, I'm like, not my style, but
The
hey,
stutter step.
but that's his thing, and that's what they do. And look, third base coach and the way they interact with Wash, that makes me laugh. That's fun.
It's fun.
Guys are doing it because baseball needs this. Okay, I don't know how Mike Trout celebrates home run. I never see any because he's never on television. You know what I mean? Because it is what it is. Ohtani, we already talked about the culture thing in Japan. See the movie Mr. Baseball with Tom Selleck? You feel like someone's been dissing you, quickly tip your cap to him. There's a whole thing about not showing somebody up. But I don't think people go to the ballpark to see folks play like robots. Now, if you're an older school guy, and I understand both sides of it, but if you're a Braves fan and you got a problem with Ronald Acuna, you need to clear out your headgear.
Well, you're not a Braves fan.
You're not a Braves fan.
You're not a Braves fan. Because you're
just an angry old fart.
Yes.
And there's probably other things you don't like about guys on this team, which let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So we all know what you're about.
Well, you're fronting because it's okay as long as the guys do whatever you think is okay.
It's probably the same guys that are booing or were just Ozuna. Good riddance, because you have no compassion or any degree of empathy that maybe a guy made a mistake and lives in a world that you couldn't relate to. I'm not excuse for Ozuna. He made a mistake. The wife made they both made a mistake. They never should have gotten married in the first place. But everybody who wants to pass judgment, those are the people that also don't like Ozuna having fun with a home run, in my mind.
Big Homie says, Mike Bell, ATL, put him up. See Dukes. Twitter handles, guys, on X, however you go about it. He says, what happens if they hit Ronald? How do we respond? Remember the Pirates came in here and they threw inside on Ronald. Ronald didn't like it. There was a discussion. Bench is empty. Nothing happened. Later in that game, they hit Austin Riley. And Snit gets thrown out. He lost his mind because he felt like the umpires are not allowing.
Not protecting him.
Yes, they were allowing these things to happen. Big Homie, I'd say this. I don't condone violence. We talk about this all the time. But you guys know for the last 5 years, I've been saying, where is the protection of Ronald Acuna? He's been thrown at, hit numerous times.
The thing with the Marlins was ridiculous over the years, and that's Don Mattingly. Don Mattingly would always be coy and actually always never give you a straight answer about the holdout thing, which everybody knew what was going on.
But I'm not going to say that the Phillies are going to hit him. Okay, if they do, we'll deal with it. But I just saw this the other night where the Pirates are acting like they were Big Willie, and they felt like they could throw inside and get after Ronald and get in his head, and then they hit our guy and Riley late in the game. I don't like any of that. You guys know why that's happening, right? We're crushing everybody. When you're hitting as many home runs as we've hit this year, Mike, and score as many runs as we've scored, teams are getting upset. And that is just the plain simple matter of it. So I don't know if the Phillies go after him tonight. I hope they don't. But if they do, we'll deal with it.
As we said, Rhys Hopkins, if the Phillies, look, they beat us last year. I still don't understand it. I mean, I know how it happened. We ran out of pitching. All eyes on Strider tonight, by the way. I don't need to know a big blow up tonight. He's got 10 earned runs in his last 2 starts.
You're right.
And that's not being alarmist because now we're less than 3 weeks away from the end of the season, getting into the postseason on a rhythm. And I don't want to see the Phillies. That's one of those teams I don't like because all the things they can do. They can hit home runs. When their pitchers have their heads screwed on straight, that's a pretty good rotation and bullpen. But getting back to this whole situation, Rhys Hopkins throws the bat a mile in the air when he hit the 3-run homer off of Strider last year.
He did.
If you by the way, if you're getting under people's skin, Pete Rose got under people's skin. Charlie Hustle.
The great ones do.
Pete Rose would zip down at first base and do his thing. But see, Acuna's a different kind of dude. He's like childlike. He's just having fun. You see the facial expression on Ronald. He's a big 25-year-old big kid. So I think there's elements, and I said this to Carl earlier, because of guys like Rob Thompson and Don Mattingly, who thankfully is not in a dugout these days, that vibe is dying hard among some Major League Baseball veterans.
We have one of the oldest managers in baseball. He's not once said anything about any opposing player, his style, his celebration, or anything.
Right. And you can't really because of all the things that we do anyway, but I get your point. I know what you're saying.
But if anybody was going to do it, it'd be Brian Snitker. It'd be the 70-plus-year-old Brian Snitker who would be saying it. He doesn't care. That's not his concern. That's not his business. He doesn't worry about that. He's worried about his team. Rob Thompson, worry about yours. That's what we're saying.
Now, if we were with Snitker sometime in the offseason or maybe 10 years down the road, kicking it on the beach somewhere when he's retired, Would he tell you he's of the old school? He didn't really like Ronald's antics? Probably doesn't.
Probably.
But he's not going to do anything because the team feeds off the energy. They're kicking butt. It's a loose clubhouse. But yeah,
You got to know your audience.
There's
Mike.
an old school. Exactly.
You got to
right.
know your audience.
That's exactly. And that's perhaps why in the past, when we used to argue with David O'Brien about why wasn't he stepping up for him, perhaps there was some of that to that.
Yeah, there's no doubt that I think Brian Snicker loves the kid because he understands how good he is and, more importantly, what he means to the Braves. There's no debating that. But I am just going to say that if any manager right now, if you talk about old school guys and a guy that's been around the game for 50 years, it's Brian Snicker.
Right.
He's not bringing any attention to these other guys and how they're celebrating or what they're doing and any of this. Rob Thompson has now made us his business.
Right.
And I have a problem with that.
Yeah, and, this is where –
keep my name out of your mouth.
This is where it's interesting to see just how this plays out. Now, they're not going to catch us. We get that. Tonight, we clinched the division. Magic numbers 2. For those who don't follow that, that's Braves wins, Phillies losses because they're the nearest competition. By the way, funny, earlier today, Carl, we had this great conversation. If you've been with us all afternoon, Carl was talking about trying to sell some bedroom furniture because he's an empty nester, and the idea that would you want to do this on one of these websites like Craigslist. We've been joking about Dateline NBC. Look what somebody put together for us.
What's that?
There he is, Keith Morrison.
Oh, that's
the
him.
old guy. But why did they want to use bedroom suite? And how did they plan to move it? Because we were talking about you don't want somebody coming to your house and then Craigslist and things like this. I believe, and Carl's wife is in agreement, may result in Carl's body somewhere in a field in Cobb County.
Yeah, this turned into a big thing that I didn't think it was a big deal. You guys have made it a big deal. Mike is scared the hell out of Atlanta.
I think your wife and I
I'm
are on the
living
same
in fear.
page. You're a major celebrity, and you don't want people coming to your domicile and having access to your stuff or knowing where you live.
No, I'm in a gated community. Like
you're a nationally syndicated radio host. I don't think you remember what happened to Alan Berg, don't you?
Okay, would you stop it? Why do you have to bring that up? Coming up, Coach Art is going to join us next. Damn you. live at Flowery Branch. He is here in Atlanta, our head football coach, Arthur Smith. Coach Art, congratulations on the dub on Sunday. We are certainly going to look ahead to Green Bay because that's what it's about. Turn the page, guys, but we got to enjoy a little bit and talk to Coach. The defense, I think, was a big storyline, right? 10 points. You hold any team to 10 points in the NFL.
Sure.
And Art, we had talked to you about this all offseason. Like, what's this defense going to look like? What are we going to do? I know it's 1 week, but I was thoroughly surprised. I was happy with the way the defense responded Sunday against Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, that was that's the thing strategy-wise when we were building this thing in the offseason about where we're going to allocate resources to. We invested in some young offensive players in the draft capital, and then we really wanted to get depth up front, and then impact players. And that's the thing, sometimes people don't understand the ebbs and flows of the trends in the league and where this game's headed right now and how important those safeties are. And it's, it's a little bit different than the Steve Atwaters and the Ronnie Lotts. And then, the way people are playing really a lot of first, second down in the league right now. And a guy like Jesse and how smart he is, it proved our point the other day. So and that's a credit to a lot of things. Where we wanted to go defensively, the way that we want our DBs to challenge. And then you got a guy back there. He's an impact player, clearly. I mean, when you look at the stat line, you take a step back. I knew he had an awesome game, and then you go back and they hit me today that it's the first time since 2000, I believe. I read this. Some stats, again, you can laugh at me because some stats I kind of dismiss, but sometimes I get impressed with NFL records. So I'll get on my soapbox here. But when somebody tells you haven't done something since 2000, long time, 10 tackles, 2 interceptions, and got that forced fumble, and the way he got that forced fumble, you talk about that little extra effort that still matters. Well, somebody else gave up on that play. Jesse's right there. Difference him poking that ball out. And we almost got a few more. Richie had one go through his, he made a hell of a play, breaking on Hayden on one. It was fun to see. And then really what was awesome was we're up 14. And you get in obvious pass situations, and they were hitting the quarterback. And there was no, from a year ago where you're holding on. Once Tyler popped that run in, I was as confident as I've been in a long time. And we knew they were going to have to try to go long our way. And eventually when they handed that ball off, it was basically saying, hey, we say the game's over. So that was awesome.
Right, and that's a business model. Get up by a couple of scores. Your defense gets after a one-dimensional offense, and you can pin your ears back and do their thing. Speaking of, we got you here about defense. We lose Troy Anderson with a concussion protocol, so Nate Landeman next man up. How'd this all go down time-wise? He came to you guys and said he self-reported?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I'm not going to get into some of the medical details. I know some things are open, and that's why we have injury reports. But, yeah, I mean, it was something that came up on Tuesday. And so, look, I mean, if we're going to be accusing anything, we're going to be overly cautious. We got a long season ahead. Troy's got a long career. Again, he made clear, may not, but that's why you build depth. Right. And that's what it is. I mean, no different than last week. I thought Hughes had a good week, but just one more week, just again on the game plan where we thought it was, and you take a calculated risk. And, obviously those guys made it right. We thought the way the game was going to go, Mike was smart to have another week, and Brooks was up if we needed him, and that's the way it goes. And so they'll be the same thing this week.
Coach Arthur Smith with us here live at Flowery Branch, Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Next opponent, Green Bay, guys. You can listen right here on the game. Bijan obviously going into the game, a lot of expectations. I think he touched it, Coach, 16 times. The number, 83 yards from the line of scrimmage. Obviously the touchdown. Do you go in to these games and you have an idea of how many touches? Is it 16 to 20? It doesn't matter if it's Drake, if it's Bijan. Or is it game flow? How does that come about? I know you game plan, but does that just play out as the game goes along, and then you look up and one guy's got 16 or 5 or whatever it might be?
You have your plan, and then you have your contingency plans, and I think that's part of the strategy too. It's like we want to be more balanced, and I know people are probably rolling their eyes with the way the game went, but like we do. So we came out passing, and it didn't go well, and then the way the game went, we knew, like again, you make those decisions like. We weren't going to get greedy when we knew we were up, and we called the shot when we had to. But that was a lot of the strategy. The way the game was going, felt we were controlling the lines of scrimmage, and just watching the way it was flowing. And we were hitting explosives in the run game, but we still needed to. I mean, you can't be 3 yards in a cloud of dust, so you got to pick it up. Matt Collins made a great play, and then we launched one to Kyle. I mean, that was the difference, right? There's 5 minutes, some change. You make them think that hey, we're getting conservative and push that ball down the field, and Tyler punches it in. And so, that's the ebb and flow of that game. And I think the biggest challenge is always in the NFL is, can we get better? There's always things you got to work on objectively. And there's a lot we can get better at. and that wouldn't matter if we won by 28 or 14.
Right.
That's the name of the game for us. And looking at the Packers, and it'll be a fun atmosphere. Mercedes this Sunday. Now, they won the opener. The final score is different, but they did almost the same thing in terms of taking advantage of turnovers, field position. They played well.
It is Arthur Smith with us, guys, live from Falcons headquarters on Dukes and Bell, because we've seen what they can do. And Derek Brown's been a one-man gang much of his career in Carolina. Then Burns decides to show up, and then they were getting after it. Was it the slants and the way they were coming at the line that was taking away some of the things you wanted to do? And was that why maybe you kind of were a little conservative before halftime, just because you couldn't protect Ritter until you made some adjustments?
Well, I'll go back just with the beginning, right? To the first ball, unfortunately, got tipped.
Right.
What does that? It's great that you caught your own ball for -6, but let's bat that thing down. The third down. If you really go out, Kyle ran an awesome route on Chin. Chin actually fell down. Again, great play. You got right to your first read, and it's wide open, and you go to throw it, and he got around the edge quick. Again, we were sliding to him, and he made a play. Ball popped out. That was the first third down, and so it did. And I'll give Burns credit. But again, as you adjust, and we made the adjustment to where we wanted to go, and again, we get into the 2-minute drive. We pick up a good first down. You got timeouts. And all of a sudden, you take a negative play like that, no sacks, like being in second and
now you're behind
a
schedule.
million, you're way behind schedule. You're under 20. And yes, I still had timeouts, but to sit there and try to, launch it down the middle again and let them get greased up to go back, that's the decision you make, and you live with it.
Coach, as we look ahead to the Packers, give us your impressions on them. Obviously, you said they won. Jordan Love, that's been one of the storylines, obviously, this offseason. What do you see in this Packer team?
Yeah, I think, they're offensively, it's completely different. And I don't give Matt a lot of credit. Sometimes it's like, no, whatever. When you got Aaron Rodgers, you play a certain way, and, they're doing a good job. Jordan's been in that system. Matt's familiar with them. And you're seeing a lot of stuff in terms of first, second down. You're seeing them run the boots, keepers, whatever you want to call them. They hit a throwback screen. Aaron Jones for a big play. They hit the old tight end hide screen. He actually fumbled the snap. He picked it up, and he was wide open and got it to him late. If he got it to him on time, that was a touchdown. So they got some explosive that way in the play action. And credit to them. They did a nice job executing. They stayed on track. They converted a couple of third downs. And then they hit the big one that they hit was on that 4th and 3. They ran a little choice route out of the backfield to Aaron, and he took it to the house. Aaron Jones, that is. And so they executed well. And they made Chicago turn the ball over. Chicago's in a long yardage situations, pre-snap penalties. It's usually the way it goes. And it's week 1, and they played smart, and they made the plays when the time was there. And that's what you saw. And you saw a player that's comfortable. Again, Matt and him have been together. They got a good roster, and it'll be a fun Sunday.
Yeah, that's an attack that's got some of the elements we look at. They got running backs that can catch the ball. They got young wide receivers. Obviously, if Watson goes, that's a big-time weapon. Akuda, by the way, you think we'll see Akuda on Sunday?
Well, he practiced today, so that's encouraging. And again, we got to get him back and get him ramped up, and so that's encouraging any practice.
Obviously, the elephant in the room, right, Coach, and everybody's going, how do we get more explosive plays, and how do we get more out of our wideouts? I don't even know what the game plan was. And, it's something we've been talking about since Sunday with Drake's situation, but games go this way, right? And I will say this too. And I said this before you came in here. We don't have any me guys on this team. This is why this works, right? Drake's not in here complaining about what he didn't get. We won the football game. And I think that's the reason why this team is going to have success. But for our listeners, a lot of people are saying, hey, can we get more explosive plays with Pitts had a big one. Can we get more with Drake? It's the first game, but how would you answer that?
Well, every game is different. I think that was a rare NFL game. It reminded me a little bit of we beat Baltimore in the playoffs when I was in Tennessee, and I can't remember off the top of my head, and Ryan barely picked the ball up. I think he threw for like 100 yards and we won. I think it was 28-12 or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head.
It's a weird game.
It was a weird game.
Yeah,
it was. And then you come out in the AFC Championship game, and we're throwing it around and moving the ball. Unfortunately, we lost it, but that's usually not how an NFL game goes. The problem was we didn't have a lot of penalties. We did a lot of things to ourselves. Carolina's a good defense. Give them credit, and I'm not taking anything away from them. But we can't have some self-inflicted wounds. Some of it's post-snap, and we all got to do a better job. It's going to start with me. But when you're getting along in long yardage situations, the flow of the game, that'd be the next couple of years. I doubt any game will ever go like that. just because of the circumstances. We came out, we want to be balanced. I would be concerned if there wasn't evidence of this. I read something that was like, confidence is just about belief. It's about having evidence, whether you're trained or whatever. But nobody's worried about Drake London. I mean, go look at the film last season. Again, everybody wants to live in the prisoner of the moment.
Mm-hmm.
The ultimate goal is to win. And when you have the right guys, and they understand that, and there's trust built back and forth, they know that we're not just sitting here as a hollow politician blowing smoke, trying to give you a coach speak. They know what goes on behind the scenes. And so when you have guys like that, gives you a chance to win week in and week out, while we ultimately want to build this thing and win championships here. And I doubt there'll be a game like that. It's just a statistical anomaly. We got to be better. You don't want to punt 7 times. We got a couple of short fields, and at the end of the day, there's perspective. Turn the ball over. You play off the turnovers, 17 points off turnovers, 3 for 3, putting touchdowns in the red zone. You're going to win a lot of games. But will it always go like that in terms of Jesse getting 2 picks and a fumble? No, you wish it would, and you wish you scored, 60 points a game.
Right.
It's a statistical anomaly. But if Drake hadn't done it before, or Kyle hadn't done it, it was actually kind of cathartic to see Kyle go make a play down the field again.
Yeah.
People don't understand the challenges behind the scenes sometimes, not just physically, mentally. There's a lot of things we missed last year with Kyle deep. Go back to 21 when he was in rhythm. I mean, you talk about winning games out of Miami, New Orleans, kind of,
right
in London, kind of finishing that game off before Mike Davis punched it in when we took the shot to Kyle down the middle. Like, he was in a good rhythm. There's a reason he broke the record. And then even Dez, late last year, we got a lot of confidence. Now we got to go do it, but there's been evidence. So I know it's a long-winded, but if you wanted, that's the truthful answer.
Yeah.
Right.
You have evidence. And statistically, that's probably never how a game's going to go again for us. But, you want to be balanced. We've got explosive players, and we got a bunch of selfless guys.
Falcons head coach Arthur Smith with us, guys. Carl asked you about the rhythm of play calling. Algier, obviously, it looked like he could go for 10 yards on every carry. Then, as I was telling the guys behind me in the stands, I go, yeah, they want to go downfield, but the pocket wasn't really there. When he had time to throw, how did you evaluate the decision-making, what Desmond was doing and hitting his targets?
Yeah, again, I guess you can shake the numbers on, look efficient, but there are some other things behind the scenes that we got to continue to work. But we got a lot of belief in Desmond. And again, it takes all 11 to make plays successful. Every once in a while, maybe I get hit, maybe a one-on-one go ball, sure. But a lot of times you talk about spacing, pocket, the action, again, what they're doing, seeing they were trying to take away, which they were playing lighter, which led us to get a lot of explosive runs. I know, everybody, you want balance. That's what we want. But we had some big runs. I mean, every time Bijan got through that second level, it was kind of hold your breath a little bit. And it was really because our guys were finishing and some of the things we set up. And then I thought Tyler played an excellent game.
I was going to ask you, Coach, about the balance. We were talking about this Monday after the game. And as a coach, that feel, you are the play caller. Tyler's hot. I'm going to keep it there. Bijan's hot. I'm going to keep it there. That balance of, how you waver between back and forth between these guys when they're both balling out, when they're both playing really well. And I think that's a hard thing to do, is it not?
Especially if those guys have great chemistry. They're different runners. They're both very explosive runners. They're both yak guys, but they're different how they do it. So it's a good mix and match, yin and yang, however you want to look at it. And there's plenty of stuff on the call sheet for both of them. And there's things, obviously you set up for one player or other, but they, if God bearing, if somebody has to get their chin strap fixed and you need the best play, and they can both, one of them, you have faith in both of them. But it goes to show you, man, that emotion is real. You watch them score. The always saying this is fascinating when somebody scores. You want to see the spirit of a team.
Who goes?
You want to see esprit de corps, however you want to look at it. Go watch those guys score touchdowns. Like, they'll tell you a lot. Like, that's stuff you can't fake.
Yeah, you're right, because everybody was celebrating. Everybody was happy. Listen, we're building a real home field advantage. Packers in town on Sunday. We expect everybody to come back out and be out. And if you haven't come to the game yet, come. It's going to be exciting. And, Coach, we're looking to go 2-0.
Right.
Congratulations on the 1-0, but now we're building, baby.
Yeah.
I do want to say something. I thought that was the loudest I've heard the building.
Thought so,
if
too.
you don't think it makes a difference, there was a 3rd and 5. They jumped off sides.
Yep.
We call a different pressure. We collapse that pocket, and Troy on a second effort gets up and gets a sack. Like, that building was rocking. And that was part of it. You could feel it, and you can look in their eyes too. I mean, you want to know why I didn't feel like we had to pick the ball up? Because they looked like they were done, and the crowd had something to do with it.
That's great.
Awesome.
Well, let's build on that, Atlanta. Coach, appreciate you. We'll talk here to you next week. We'll be here again. Green Bay on Sunday, guys, right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Thanks, Art.
I appreciate it.
As
Thanks,
Coach
guys.
says, we do not apologize for a win.
Come on, man. Come on. It's Dukes and Bell. We got a lot more to get to, guys. You heard Coach talk about the win, also what he expects from Green Bay. We're going to chop it up with Caden Ellis on the way here. He will stop by the show as well as we are live at Flower Branch. We'll take a quick break. We're going to come back, Mike. We'll address all that with Coach, and then we're also going to get a chance to hear what Caden has to say about the defense. Defense was great, man, last week. I'm telling you guys, we hold Green Bay to 10 points.
Right.
We're looking at another dub. I'm telling you right now.
Can we get pressure on? That's the thing. Can we get pressure? That was the thing without the blitz. But we'll get into it because each game, as Arthur said, lot to unpack from what he was talking about.
All right, guys. It's Dukes and Bell. Stay right there. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Whoa, guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
You're up.
Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. We are live at Flowery Branch. We just had a chance to visit with Coach Arthur Smith. And the interesting thing he said, and he said a lot, was that you probably won't see another game like that with Drake London, not because he didn't want to throw him the football,
right,
but just the way the game played out. And it was weird. It is a weird game. And so, Drake, one target, we know the drop. But, I said today to Mike earlier as we started the show, listen, I think Drake's going to have a big game this weekend, not because of, you're going to force feed him. But I agree with Coach. That was a weird situation. And you look up in the fourth quarter, you're like, wait a minute, he hasn't had a catch. So that was something he said was unplanned. It was not something they went in and thought that they were only going to throw to him one time. But, Mike, that was interesting. And then how he tries to balance this thing between Algier and Bijan.
Yeah, and, going with the hot hand, as you asked him about that. And as we said, I think if you kind of he's not going to throw his offensive line under the bus after 1 week of real live action. But throughout the game, you saw the Panthers getting after it. They had to make some adjustments. And we talked about the slants when you get that zone blocking scheme and how you can get in there. Mike Johnson talked about it in the post-game show along with Chris Goforth on Sunday afternoon. So you had issues. You couldn't do the things you want to do. And we talked about this on Monday. Being behind schedule, 2nd and 12.
That's right.
3rd and long, and you got a quarterback who doesn't have a pocket. So now that's going to preclude him from sitting there for 1 Mississippi, 2, and then getting the ball to Drake London. Now, the only thing we didn't ask, and we'll be able to do this next week, if Drake has a similar bad week, is quick hits, more slants. And, getting the ball out there quicker, which may have been one way to alleviate some of that pass rush. But because you couldn't get to do the things you wanted to do, and because I asked him specifically about halftime, because I thought, minute and 20, you got 2 timeouts, you're on the 39-yard line.
Be aggressive.
At least get a field goal out of it. But you don't want to put Ritter in that situation. I think you read in between the lines on that one.
I agree. And there's a time you got, and what he said to that, by the way, if you're wondering, because I agree with Mike on this, as the game played out, that was a chance for us to maybe put a little pressure on Carolina going in at half.
Especially with them getting the ball to start the second half.
He's saying penalties set you back, get you behind what they call schedule, right? That means, guys, instead of 2nd and short, 3rd and short, it's 2nd and long, 3rd and long. Now that changes the play calling. And he said, listen, we got behind schedule. So now do I take a risk? Do we turn it over before the half, or do I just stay put? And that is a decision that you have to make, especially being at home where you felt like you were in control at that point.
Right. And so that's where there's a flow to it. After he got the first down, that's when he got sacked. He gets sacked, and then they kind of slow roll the clock. It was like 2nd and 23. So I forget it. We'll just take our lumps. But the other things we talked about, the pass rush. We'll talk to Caden Ellis. He'll be our player guest coming in here a little bit. Is you really didn't get there with your down linemen. Did you blitz later on? But also because they were one-dimensional, you could blitz. They couldn't run the football when they're down 2 scores, so you get in that same situation. Remember, we loved in 2016.
That's right.
We got a 2-score lead. Now we can pin our ears back. And so Vic Beasley got 15.5 sacks that year.
404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line, guys. You can hit us up. Follow us. He is Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on, and we are live on Twitch and on YouTube. Jason, we call him Whispers, is here, hanging out with us at Flowery Branch, along with Jersey Mike, our on-site engineer, Turtle, executive producer.
For what it's worth, the money line is moving. It's 1.5 to 1 now. There's a bunch of books in Vegas where the Falcons almost pick them. So it's only Green Bay favored based on what they did in Chicago. So the action would be on Green Bay. Interesting to see where that line's going to go. We also learned today, if you missed our conversation with just Coach Smith, you'll hear it later on at 6:20. We did have an injury. It's the concussion protocol for Troy Anderson. So it was Tuesday. He wasn't feeling right. So residual effects from some contact. Again, Carl, we're definitely not brain surgeons, but as far as how this concussion protocol works out, this is something maybe in the old days a guy would try to pass and not let the team know about it. It's a different mindset now, and that's good. We also found that Jeff Okudah was practicing today. Sure sounds like Jeff Okudah is going to play on Sunday.
And that makes me happy. We're better with him on the field. I know we have a little bit of depth there at the DBs, but he gives us a better option back there. And
Nate Landman, by the way, is going to be playing linebacker for Troy Anderson.
Yeah, and he came in and impressed the coaches, man. I mean, Coach talked to us about, just moments ago about depth and, don't want to be rude, but next guy up, and he feels like, hey, we want to protect Troy and make sure he's available for the rest of the season. But I got to tell you, the Jeff Okudah thing, that gets me excited. We're going to need him I hope he plays this week. And here's another thing, guys, and we'll talk more about this as we move along. You know, LaFleur and Coach have a history together. They are running very similar kinds of offenses, all right? We're going to be prepared for what we see with Green Bay because it's very similar to what we do. What has happened with this tree that has developed, okay, across the league, where you're talking about Sean McVay, you're talking about LaFleur, you're talking about Shanahan, you're talking about Coach Art. They've all put their own spin on this stuff, right? But at the end of the day, fundamentally, if I showed you offensive sets from 1, 2, or 3 of those guys, they all kind of look the same, and then they put their own stuff on it. So I think we'll be prepared and ready. But Aaron Jones, my number one concern, because out of the backfield, he does so much for him. He also runs the ball for him. And, Mike, he is really their go-to guy. Now, remember, they didn't have Christian Watson last week. Watson probably, we don't know if he'll be available this week. But if you ask me right now, like, who do we have to keep an eye on? And we'll ask Caden Ellis this. Aaron Jones, period.
He's a weapon out of the backfield, to your point. I do agree with that. That's why I asked him about, the similar approach, because they've got balance. They've got multiple weapons. They've got running backs who can be used in the passing game. And they've got, like Dobbs and Watson. If Watson goes, he didn't play against the Bears, was banged up. But that dude you saw, he really came on strong in the second half of the season for Green Bay. That's a legitimate vertical threat. That's why I'm glad that Okuda's back for the secondary.
Yeah, I'm looking at Michael Rothstein from ESPN. He took a picture today saying Okuda's on the field and people liking it and saying, good, this is good. Good news. We need our best players out there.
We talked about it with Arthur earlier before he came on. I said, look, I mentioned at the end of the interview, not going to apologize for a win. Yeah, I get it. The skill position thing, you can't have another week, or you shouldn't have a trend where you got your best, your top wide receiver number one is not a factor in the game. That's got to be improved. And he gave you the lowdown on why it wasn't what it was. But I will say this. Last year, we faded. We couldn't finish games, right? We couldn't come back against the Rams. We couldn't hold out because Mariota couldn't give you the play. We scored 14 points in the fourth quarter on Sunday. When's the last time we did that to win a game?
Finishing games. It's big, man. I mean, we kind of take it for granted in the NFL. You have to have guys that are able to do it and star power to do it. The thing that's going to do that for us, especially on the offensive side, Mike, is the run game. We can pound and run clock and keep a lead and score more points, I think, deep in these games. That is sort of how we're supposed to be built. We'll see if that's what we're about as the season goes along, but I think that first game was just an indicator of if we're up 7, 8, 5, pick a score.
Right.
And we need to go down and do what we did Sunday against Carolina. And again, Coach said this. That's a good defense. I know we made them look pretty average considering we beat them by, double digits. But that's a good defense.
But for the first half, they had 4 sacks in the first half. Right. Brian Burns was just beating up everybody. I mean, he came in like he was motivated, quite obviously, cash motivated. And we talked about it all week. We talked about it with Coach. Derek Brown has been a thorn in our side because he just disrupts. He's a disruptive force on the defensive line, no matter where he lines up. Now, who does Green Bay have that can do some of that? I know it's considered a good defense.
Yeah, it is.
But, hopefully there's going to be some things which we've improved on. The down lineman getting pressure without having to blitz. I also, and it's one of those things, it's not really a question for Arthur, it's more of a question for Ryan Nielsen. It's basically 4 guys just going straight. Not a lot of stunts in the first half. I can't remember one.
No. I mean, it seemed like kind of just play your position, make sure you're gap responsible.
Right. Gap integrity.
Yeah, none of the craziness.
Don't allow but here's the thing. Yeah, I want to have some gap, penetration. I want some integrity, Carl, but I want some penetration with my integrity. Thank you, Carl.
I appreciate it. Hey, Cordero Patterson also practiced today. We're going to come back. We're going to talk with our guy, man. Caden Ellis is on the way. We're live at Flowery Branch. More on the Braves with Grant coming up this hour. And I don't like anything about what the manager of the Phillies had to say about my man, Ronald Acuna. Stay right there.
Touchdown, Atlanta.
It's Dix and Bell, live at the
Coming?
Ticketmaster
No
Studios
word?
at Flowery Branch.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
All right.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by
You're up.
Associates Personal Injury Law.
We are live at Flowery Branch. We are awaiting our man, Caden Ellis. Locker room's open, so he probably had some other responsibilities, but he will join us, so stay tuned. We'll get a chance to talk to him. Mike, speaking of the defense, he's calling the signals now.
Right.
He's the guy that gets the play calls in there.
The green sticker.
Yeah, and I thought he did a really good job, week one. We got to build on that. I was saying to Mike, that this defense, if we're able to hold Green Bay down to 10 points or 15 points, I feel really good about our chances. But that's not to say, okay, that we shouldn't have beaten Carolina, Mike, by more. I felt like we had at least two more scoring opportunities that we kind of, screwed off. So we got to score more points.
Well,
we got to score more points.
It goes back to, because I talked to Coach about, when you're in the stands watching the game, that's why I always like to get home, see the DVR cuts and see what I missed when you're at the game. Okay, the offensive line couldn't protect Ritter consistently. Maybe they would be better off. Again, if you continue to run the ball with Algier, eventually you're going to get them funneling in.
That's right.
And you're going to make Ritter beat you. Now, I don't think they never got to that point because they were just having their way with us getting after the quarterback, no matter what they seem to do. The way those slants were working, and we talked about earlier, but this team has got a lot of talent. And the only thing which I think is a concern is Caleb McGarry going to continue to play at this level? Because then it really makes you wonder why the hell you didn't shop around for better. And then why did you settle for Caleb McGarry? Because he was the most glaring weakness on that offensive line that did struggle for much of the half.
Okay, and I do agree. This is also why, though, Mike, when we talked about re-signing him, and I said, do not overpay for him. They didn't. And you continue to hope, at some point you are what you are, right? And you say, well, he's just not a great pass protector, and I can live with that because he's really good at the run game. And if that's the suggestion here by Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith, and that's what they believe, so be it. But you're right. I mean, they didn't overpay. I thought they actually got him for less than market value. And if you're telling me this is a guy you drafted and invested in and you're bringing him back, maybe that's part of this whole makeup. I'm not telling you we couldn't have gotten better, but I also think they had bigger plans on where they wanted to spend that money. And so getting him at the price we got him at, it was a bargain. And, what you're hoping with the bargain is what? They overachieve, that they play better or more than what you're getting out of them, for the course of the season, even though their salary or what you think they're worth is a lot less. That's where we're hoping that he is a bargain, but he overachieves. And week one, I didn't feel that way about specifically Caleb McGarry.
No, I mean, this is, why you and I were talking about how much better is the offensive line. The offensive line is basically the same offensive line with the addition of Matthew Bergeron.
Right.
But Bergeron is, but when your left guard position was kind of a turnstile like it was last year, that was huge to get a guy we think is going to, and we didn't talk about him for any reason. Bergeron was conspicuous, right? That's good.
That's good.
Or inconspicuous. Conspicuous would be bad. Inconspicuous, and that's the good part.
Yes.
Because he was doing his job. But look, for all the guys out there, and I get it. We asked the coach. He's not going to throw his line under the bus. Well, why won't he? Some guys, you think coach is going to come on a radio show? Yeah, my offensive line sucks after week one. No, there's things they got to tighten up. We said this to you guys. I think you guys watched the NFL this week. Some teams looked like they were ready, and some teams didn't. Some teams struggled, got things fixed, and won games. I think you could say we're one of those teams.
I do too. 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Lots of good texts coming in. We were talking about the Braves, and we're going to get into this with Grant coming up as we await Caden Ellis as well, guys. Eric Bowden hits us up, and he says in regards to this team and the makeup of this team, he says, these are kids playing the game, man. Watching them play gets me excited like little kids. We got into this whole conversation about Rob Thompson, the manager of the Phillies, calling out Ronald Acuna, saying on radio up there in Philly today, I wish he would just act like he's been there when he hits these home runs. And Ronald's been doing this all season. And, they're having fun. Eric, appreciate the text and the tweet. And this is what I was saying. This is sports is fun. Like we lose sight of that sometimes. I mean, it's serious business. Given there are 53 guys in that locker room. Actually, there's more than that make a lot of money, Mike, and it's serious business. But man, it's fun. This is where we're at. And we're all here to have fun. At the end of the day, I want to be entertained and have fun as Caden Ellis makes his way into the building here, into the door where we're at. And he takes a seat, man, and we're about to get into a conversation with him. We'll talk more about the Braves here in just a second. Caden, man, congratulations on your first dub.
Appreciate it. It was a fun one.
Yeah.
Appreciate everybody coming out, man. Great energy. It was a fun time.
Man, you guys, you hold them. I said this to Coach Art. You hold them to 10 points. The game plan, I guess it works.
Yeah, that worked.
Tell us why.
Right.
Tell us why.
Why what?
Why everything seemingly worked? Why you guys were able to get the stops, get off the field when you needed? I thought the early 4th and 1, that energized everybody.
Yeah, agreed. I think it comes down to just got to be able to execute, and if you out execute them, typically the score shows. But I think there were some things that we gave up a little bit more than we wanted to, and they got into positions that we didn't want them in. I got some first downs that you wouldn't typically want to give up, but what really made the difference for us that game was being opportunistic. The takeaways, the 4th down stop. They had 2 turnovers on downs, and then 3 turnovers. So with that, you're looking at essentially 5 of them, and if you can do that to pretty much any team, you're going to be all right. So Jesse Bates had a great day. It was awesome seeing him fly around. Not only was he getting the ball out, but that's some good safety play. Go watch that. That makes you feel good as a linebacker when I can go shoot this gap knowing that my cleanup guy, it's not a 7-8 yard cleanup. It's a 1-2 yard cleanup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, him, it wasn't just him, Richie had a good game too. And just, getting to see those guys play, they really turned the tide for us.
Again, 11 play drive. I'm like, oh man, this is not the way you want to start the season. But as Carl was saying all week, you guys got to stop.
Yeah.
And as a defense, it's got to make you feel like $1 million.
Oh yeah, it does. Nielsen made a great call, and we were able to go in and execute. And the coach did a good job preparing us for what was going to come in that situation. And as soon as we, saw it, Troy was already yelling out the play, and everybody knew, all right, let's go.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Every fan out there who's listening, they always expect like it's the movie Any Given Sunday. Like the coach is like, Caden, we got to do this. What kind of adjustments happen, or is it during the game on the phone with the guys upstairs? How does that evolve during the game?
We don't really talk to the guys upstairs, the players, at least on defense. We don't really talk to the guys upstairs. They kind of talk to the coaches on the main level, and then they come to us. And you all see Nielsen. I forget who I was doing an interview with. They were talking about how animated Nielsen gets in the sideline. He'll be on all fours with a whiteboard and a surface in one hand,
right?
2 different colored markers.
But that's how it's going.
Then he's asking for another board, all of that. So he's over there just chalking up like you're in a classroom. And at the end of the day, we pretty much all know something. Normally, it's just, hey, we didn't do this perfect. Let's get it fixed. Every now and then, there's one of those things where, all right, this isn't going to work. We have to change how we're playing this look or how we're playing this play. And those situations are, a little more get the board, make sure everybody can see it. And then next time we go out, we got to be able to execute. So,
Caden Ellis joining us here on Dukes and Bell, live from Flowery Branch. 6 tackles, 3 assists. And I'm not cheating you on any stats there, am I?
No, I think so.
That was the last game. We got the Packers coming up, man. I said to our audience, Aaron Jones is a dude, man. He's really good. Tell us what you think about what you see so far with this Packer team as you've had a chance to look at them.
Yeah, it's a team that has changed, but it's still the Packers, and it's still the floor over there running stuff. I've gotten to play them back in 20 and 21, in a similar defensive scheme, and really respect what they do, the way they go about their work. I also got to play them preseason last year, and practice against them. We did joint practice with them, so
right.
A lot of reps against them.
Yeah, a lot of reps against them, and again, really respect what they do. Respect their players. Obviously Jordan Love's getting the chance to go out and show what he's capable of, and he had a good game last week. So Aaron Jones, AJ Dillon, they got a good backfield. You know what I mean? And they're going to try to run the ball, get set up that play action pass in that boot, and then get going from there. So I like our game plan. I like how we match up against them, but they're a good team.
We got weapons. We talked about the skill position guys. As Caden Ellis joins us, Jeff Okudah coming back. You already talked about Bates. That's a pretty impressive secondary.
Oh, we love it. But come on, we love it. It's a great secondary, man. It's a great secondary.
The only thing I need is this. No, don't put pressure on you. More pressure. But we have like a gentleman's agreement or a bet, whatever you want to call it. I think you'll be the sack leader on this team. So I need some more juice. So if you can get that,
you're going to tell him that?
Okay, I love that. Come on,
we'll talk about it on radio, then not say it through the man's face.
I mean, you put more
I need this
pressure
man
on
to be
him.
my sack leader on this team, man.
Put more pressure on
some
him.
jive jerk on the radio says he needs to be the sack leader. I just,
he has said this.
It's a long week, but I got faith in you.
All right, come on, let's get it done. I gotta get a couple more blitzes this week.
We have our own beer. I don't know if you drink beer, but we'll give some to you. Use your neighbors.
And speaking of the blitzes, I mean, you played for obviously Ryan. We're talking about Ryan Nielsen, our DC guys. He really mixes it up. I mean, week to week is going to be different. Sometimes you'll come a lot more. Sometimes you might not come at all.
Yeah.
I thought in the first half it was like we didn't see a lot of that, and then we came later in the game. So, I mean, part of that is just how he calls games. Are you accustomed to that?
Yeah,
Playing for him?
Yeah, it's something that I've seen. Playing with him over in New Orleans, he's always had a big hand in the third down package. Getting to see how he's doing it over here so far. Some games, when I was paired with DeMario, some games he got to go a lot. Some games I did. Some games it was more D-line. Some games it was a mix. You know what I mean? And you want to be able to keep an offense on on its toes. You don't want them to be able to set up and say, all right, this is their blitz guy, this is their coverage guy. Let's just slide right here. You know what I'm saying? So I love how he calls it. And maybe some games I don't get blitzed as much, but that's all right because I still get to go out, execute some coverage, and then come down and get some tackles. So it's good.
Was it Nate Landman would be the guy that would step up? We saw him look pretty good, obviously in preseason and practice. It looks like he gets it.
Yeah, no, he's a really smart player. He's instinctual and he's a powerful player. You know what I mean? He loves to thump, and playing next to guys like that is awesome.
How's your body feel, man, after week one? I mean, listen, preseason's preseason.
Yeah.
Right? Week one, now you're tackling, you're hitting guys. How you feel after week one?
It was 78 snaps, and it was a lot of 78 snaps. So, body's always going to feel it a little bit, but we got the routine to get back and get the body feeling good, and we were able to hit practice hard today. So body's good. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I know you come here from New Orleans, and your boy Cam is still upset that we're now New Orleans North.
Come on, Cam, get over it. Get over it.
Because there's such a turnover on this roster, does it even resonate that this is the first time we won a home opener since like 17? I mean, the fans, I don't know if you felt, I know you talked about it to start the interview. There was real juice in Mercedes-Benz. Fans were just dying for this moment on Sunday.
It was so exciting. It was so awesome to get everybody out there, to get the crowd going. I can't believe the people they got performing, not just at halftime, but it's like in a 2-minute timeout or just a TV timeout, and all of a sudden someone's up on the screen. I'm like, dang.
It's crazy, right?
This is awesome.
It's where the players play.
Oh, yeah, come on.
That's
Welcome to Atlanta.
Yeah, you like, it's a concert? Hold on. I got a game here.
We're not even the main event. Like, what?
It's true. Caden Ellis joining us here, guys, as we talk Falcon football. As you head into week 2, and we talk about the Packers, every time that you see a team and you talk about all the reps you got against them, I'm just curious, like, what are you thinking as far as how you feel like you can play better going into week 2? Coach always talks about improving, and okay, so you had a really good week 1. We won the game. How do you, in your head, from where you sit and what you do every week, how do you feel like, what do I need to do to get better this week?
It's always got to be that way. You always, whether you have a best game of the year, best game of your career, or you have a bad week, you always got to look at stuff to improve on. And one thing that, I'm looking at this week, hands, something I've always prided myself on. And, last week I threw my shoulder in a couple times in O-lineman. It's not like me. So that, that's one thing.
You're talking about keeping guys off of you?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay.
That's one thing in particular that I'd like to, do better this week. And, there's a list of other things, but at the end of the day, it's just really just being consistent, showing up and working through it all this week, getting the plays and figuring it out, and then going out and execute.
And just one last thing, we talked about this on the show, just from a player standpoint. It's just so weird now with the 3 games of preseason. It's hard for fans to get their head around. Do they need more reps? Are they ready? Because some teams this week, obviously around the NFL, didn't look like they were ready. We obviously got it done. We scored 14 points and we stopped them. It seemed like it really came together. But as a player, I mean, do you feel ready to go by week 1, or is it you're still working yourself up to the full 60 minutes?
Man, me, I don't know. I feel like football's football. As soon as I get out there, let's go. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I feel about it. I know there's an aspect of all of a sudden it's a 15-play drive. So if you haven't done your cardio, yeah, I can see that. And football cardio is different than, just going and running. You know what I'm saying? Because you got the extra weight on with the pads. So yeah, there's something that has to be done in camp and preseason. I mean, everybody's got their own philosophy too. I don't necessarily believe it has to be done in the game,
right?
But it has to be done at some time. So if you're not going to do the game, you better be practicing really hard. You know what I'm saying? Or go get a couple preseason games in. And get a long drive, and you'll be good to go. You know what I mean?
Is Caden Ellis going to get the Dukes and Bell bump this Sunday?
There's a history here, both in all sports.
Just telling you, bro.
NBA.
I'm just telling you.
You name it, man.
Cats sit in these chairs and they talk to us. All of a sudden, games get elevated.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know.
Come on.
Where Dukes and Bell go, the success flows. If not champagne.
Let's go get another dub.
I got to be here every week then.
No, bro. And that's what some guys will be like, yo, I need another interview. Appreciate you. Good luck this weekend, man. We'll be cheering you guys on, and appreciate you stopping by.
Appreciate y'all. God bless.
Cool. You too, man. Caden Ellis, guys, here on Dukes and Bell. Had a great game, and we're trying to build on all this stuff as we continue to move forward, Mike. I'll say this, again, defense improved, better, than what we expected. If we can show up every week and give our offense those opportunities, we're going to be in a lot of games. All right, coming up, Grant McCauley's going to join us. We'll talk about the Braves. Olsen's hot. We beat up on the Phillies. We have a chance to clinch tonight. Strider on the hill. A lot to talk about with Grant McCauley coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes at Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We are live at Flowery Branch. Had a chance to catch up with Coach Art. You'll hear that coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. Just talked to Kate Nellis, too. We had a good game on Sunday against Carolina. Green Bay is up next, and you can go check out that interview online at Odyssey.com. Grant McCauley is here because our Braves could clinch tonight.
But Grant is here.
Grant, do we clinch tonight?
Hey, I think there's no better place if you think about the history between these two teams lately than clinching one in Philadelphia, considering how things played out last year and what the Braves have ahead of them, in front of them. Might as well go through Philly right here, right now.
All right, not to overhype this, but is this the most important start of Spencer Strider's season? 10 earned runs the last two starts. Just want to make sure, all, as I asked you yesterday about the starting pitching, all the ducks in a row. So what are you looking for tonight, obviously, aside from not getting shelled?
Yeah, no, I mean, well, that you can start there and kind of work backwards. But I feel like for Spencer, he's been so good against the Phillies outside of that postseason start where he was coming off that oblique issue, tossed a couple of great innings, and then clearly when you lose 3, 4, 5 miles an hour on your fastball, you're not quite the same guy. So that I don't think we've had to worry about too much at all this season. I mean, the velocity, I think, has been there for the most part as he's needed it to be. And I think this is a guy that's capable of going out there and dominating a lineup. I think the biggest thing that he has continued to work on is to find ways to kind of work his way through when things just aren't going his way. When he does give up that opposite field, broken bat single or that little bleeder that just finds a way to get through, or, misses with a big 3-2 pitch and all of a sudden it's 2 on and 1 out. And, those are the kind of situations that I think every pitcher obviously deals with. But for Spencer, a guy that has a strikeout arsenal that very few other pitchers in the game have, I think it kind of multiplies that frustration. So as he's talked about it after, especially these last couple of starts and the one where he wasn't able to get out of the third inning last time out, it's finding a way to succeed even when things aren't going his way. And I talked to John Smoltz about this a few weeks ago, and he said that really is the last thing for Spencer Strider, is overcoming those types of hurdles and recognizing that, hey, there may be some nights where like the strikeouts aren't piling up, but you can still give your club 7 or maybe 8 quality innings. And I think that last part is really the burning issue for Spencer. The one thing that he really wants to be able to do is go deeper into games, give his club more. And if he's able to find ways to do that, starting tonight in Philly and especially moving towards an eye towards October, that's where he needs to be.
Matt Olson, son. I mean, he's just been incredible, Grant. We were saying this earlier, and I want to get your opinion on this. It's Grant McCauley joining us, guys, our Braves insider, MLB. When we lost Freddie, we all questioned whether or not Matt Olson would be the replacement, right? And was he good enough to do the things that Freddie did? Listen, Freddie's special, but there's been no fall off. Like, Matt Olson is doing special things, and I just think it needs to be acknowledged with all the things that we've been following and talking about. I just hope it doesn't get lost as to what kind of season he's having.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with that whole deal was just recognizing that, Matt Olson was not coming in here to be the next Freddie Freeman. He was going to have to come in and play the game with his particular skill set. And what Matt Olson has, and in Freddie Freeman, don't get me wrong, that guy can hit some home runs too, but Matt Olson is one of the best sluggers in Major League Baseball. I went back to when he hit his first big league home run. From that time until now, which I believe was midway through 2017, if I'm not mistaken, he's hit more home runs than anybody in baseball. That includes Aaron Judge. That includes pick a slugger. It doesn't matter. Like, that's how good Matt Olson has been for a long time. So having a season like this, which, by the way, I mean, I think Aaron Judge would be proud of the kind of power numbers that Matt Olson's putting up. But I think that people are starting to see that this guy can be a different kind of great, but that great can make this club even better, the same way that Freddie Freeman did for so many years here. So I'm interested to see, how many home runs Matt Olson winds up with. But I talked about this last night and posted on social media. The Braves have 2 bona fide MVP caliber players putting up 2 of the best seasons, uniquely different, in the history of the franchise. So I'm not so much worried about him getting lost in the season the Braves are having, or having to live up to the expectations of the guy before him. Ronald Acuna Jr. is doing some pretty amazing things, but I think Matt Olson has also shown us there are a lot of things going right for this club, and he's right smack dab in the middle of that lineup and in the middle of all those good things.
It's our man Grant McCauley, guys. As we know, the magic number is 2, so they get it done. They're going to win the East, and then it's on to the bigger important stuff like the World Series. we may see the Phillies again. Now, last year, obviously, they had our number because of our pitching situation. And then you throw in the mix, Grant, the Rob Thompson interview on our sister station, WIP up in Philly, taking Acuna to task, act like you've been there before. Obviously, the Phillies have a mean on for him, maybe not as much as Don Mattingly did. We do remember the Rhys Hopkins slam of the bat against Strider last year. So how do we go forward with this, and what do you make of it?
I feel like if you're the Braves, you ignore that noise and you continue doing what you're doing. And that seems to be having the Phillies number this year. Philadelphia has got a great lineup. They clearly had the Braves last year. You know, that's one of those cases where you can talk about the regular season all you want, but once you get into October, it's a totally different beast. The Braves did it in 21. The Phillies did it in 22. But I think that a lot of folks and a lot of fan bases and maybe a lot of dugouts, you know, one opposing the other, could spend a lot less time worrying about what the other guys are doing and a lot more time being focused on what they're doing. I don't see anything wrong with anything that Ronald Acuna Jr. was doing last night. It's not any different than anything he has done against any other opponent all year long. There are a lot of old heads still in the game. Many of them are kind of aging out, and that is what it is. And, you know, there's no right or wrong way to play the game. But I think that is a statement that cuts both ways. I mean, if you want to go out there and be the most regal of all the players and you know, act like you've been there, do that. But if you don't, and if you play with a different way and a different flair and you have more emotions and it's not taunting, I don't see any reason why we should even be having these discussions in the year 2023. I would imagine at this point in the season that the Phillies and Rob Thompson should have more important things to worry about than how Ronald Acuna Jr. or Marcell Ozuna circles the bases and whether or not it passes their muster for appropriate home run celebration.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, worry about your team, Rob.
Yeah. But as you said, the old guard that's still out there, and these things are dying hard.
They are. They are. I mean, this is part of, we were talking about, you know, a lot of the managers are 20 years older.
Right.
Than
he's 60, by the way.
Yeah, most of their players. In many cases, you could say even 30 years older than a lot of the guys that are playing for them. That's a different era. And so, you know, that's the conflict that happens with guys who are coming up and playing a certain way, and then guys that played the game or either have been around it 20, 25, 30 years. It's just different. We see it differently. So yeah. I understand it, but I just don't like it. And I don't appreciate Rob Thompson keeping Acuna's name in his mouth. All right, let's talk about tonight. If we do clinch, okay, how does the rest of the season go? Do you now look at things and maybe snit plays things differently? We have clinched. We know we're already in the playoffs. We clinched that we're going to win the NL East again. How does that look different over the next few weeks, or does it?
I wouldn't expect a lot to be different, but I think we saw, you know, last night, this was an example, and it got brought up quite a bit, again, on social media, where I'm apparently spending way too much time. But Max Fried threw 5 innings yesterday. He looked good, but he had to kind of work to get through those 5 innings. He was at 87 pitches. A lot of folks were like, well, why not give him another inning? That's the kind of thing that I see is like, okay, well, Max did everything he needed to do. You're up 6-1. Let's let the bullpen handle the rest of this. Now, weird things happen at Citizens Bank Park, and that's a credit to the Phillies, the lineup they have, and the things that they have done in this series. But I didn't see really any reason to, you know, beat the brakes off of Max Fried down the stretch, or anybody asking them to go further and do more than they need to do from a rotational standpoint. You might want to try to find ways to rest different guys in the bullpen so that they're not overworked going down the stretch. And then again, you've got some guys in this lineup that love being in there every single day. Can you find a day where maybe somebody else gets that start and maybe they come in and pinch hit a little bit later on and get pretty much a day off? But I don't expect there to be a night where you're out there looking, trying to figure out who are the guys in the outfield tonight, or why are 2 of our 4 starting infielders not starting tonight? I think it'll be a little bit of rest here and there utilized down the stretch, because there's still something to play for, which is best record. They have a nice sizable advantage over the Dodgers, but the Baltimore Orioles have played some pretty good baseball, and I believe it's 3.5 games that separate them as far as best record is concerned. It's not the all-star game anymore.
Right.
It's if you have the best record, you get home field in the World Series, and this is a club where home field in the World Series is a real thing, and they should be concerned with it. Not, you know, to beat all other things, but it's a factor, most certainly.
I know, Grant, we don't have much time left here in this segment, but Iglesias, that's another one that kind of, you know, blown safe, gets a win. Good news, his hand looked good. Jimenez has been good. Bullpen, is this just a minor thing? Just simply over the course of the season, or it's a combination of the Phillies are really good too?
It's a little bit of all those things, I think. I mean, you're going to go through some low periods and have some tough outings, and that's unfortunate for Iglesias that coming off of a Pitcher of the Month award. September has not been very kind. He will probably not win September Reliever of the Month, but putting that aside, Jimenez had been so good for nearly 3 months. He's been a little homer prone lately. That's an adjustment that I feel like he can make. And you're going to need more guys than just Raisel Iglesias and Joe Jimenez and A.J. Minter to get this thing to work in the bullpen. So this is the opportunity where Pierce Johnson steps up and does some big things for them, or Michael Tonkin maybe covers some important innings that help get you to that place where you can set things up the way that you want to. It's going to take a group, but I'm not overly concerned with that bunch considering the ballpark, the lineup, and a few other factors. I feel like they're going to have that time to rest, reset, recharge, and be ready for the biggest innings they're going to throw, which, of course, come next month.
Grant, let's go win another NL East title, man. I'm with it tonight. Let's do this thing.
That sounds good to me.
Grant McCauley, appreciate you as always, guys, and he will join us tomorrow. Grant, we'll talk again. Thanks again.
You got it.
This hour brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. I hope we do it tonight so we can just get it done. I just want to get it done and be done. We'll do it in the next few days, obviously, but I'd love to do it tonight. And you said it. Strider, give me some shutdown stuff.
Yeah, I just want to be worried about for instance, if Strider has a bad outing tonight, that's 3 in a row. And that's not the way you want to go in with 2 weeks left before the postseason begins.
When we come back, we'll give you an update on the story of the day. Should I or should I not sell online and allow someone to come to my home? It's Dukes and Bell. 8 minutes.
Right on. 8 minutes of funk.
It's 6 o'clock on Dukes and Bell, the #1 sports talk show in Atlanta for your ride home.
You strong? They said I'm strong if you strong. I said we
Strong.
strong.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. We're live at Flowery Branch. You're going to hear from Coach Arthur Smith as we recap some of the things from week 1. Look ahead to week 2. Packers coming to town, Mike, on Sunday. Into the interview, you'll hear Coach talk about this. We had a home field advantage Sunday. It can only get better, but we need more people involved in coming to these games, Mike, and we said it. We get it. They got to give us something to be excited about. But he was like, you don't think that the crowd made a difference in that game at the end on Sunday? He was like, our players felt it. Carolina felt it.
And that's the thing. I saw some folks, it was a late arriving crowd because you can't get there on time unless you put the effort in. And I know this Atlanta will be late for our own funeral in this city.
Yeah.
But, they put the stadium in a place which is hard for people to get to because of the traffic. And they don't exactly make it easy. But you know the drill. So once we're in there, though, it's raucous. And we talked about it. Even Kate Nellis said, even the players were like, wow, man, look at that. Jeezy, T.I., everybody's there. There was a scene. And that's what we can create that nobody else in the NFL can create. Nobody else can do what we can do in Atlanta. That's why Atlanta United did those throwback jerseys, kind of capturing the essence of Atlanta and hip hop and everything. We can do things that nobody else can create. And it really does get the crowd to feed off that energy.
No doubt about it. A couple of things going on today, and you'll hear Coach Art coming up here in just a little bit. I came in today, and I was telling Mike about, we were selling some furniture, or at least I wanted to, and I got into a conversation last night. We did some flooring. I think I mentioned this at the beginning of the show yesterday. Guys came in. We had to move some stuff. My wife was fussing at me because I should have paid the $75 so they could break the beds down. We were moving stuff back today, and I said, hey, we don't need this. We don't need that. I think I'm going to put some furniture on sale online and just allow somebody to come to the house and purchase this. And she said, no, you're not. And then I came in today, and Mike's like, you're crazy if you allow this to happen. So we put a poll up at Dukes and Bell. Do you trust people coming to your house to pick up items you sold to them online? The responses have been so out there today. A guy even hit me up. He said, Dukes, you can do it, but make sure you have a gun on you. I'm like, what?
You have a 45 strapped to your hip.
What is this? So the vote real quick, Mike.
Yes.
Yes, totally fine, okay to do. 33%.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a creep alert. 66% of our audience says don't do it.
I said to Carl, I go, sure, go ahead. Sell that bedroom set. Have someone come to your house. Move it out of your garage. And then we'll see in a few weeks on Dateline NBC. That'll be your wife. You felt something was off with the folks when they first came to the front door. Yes, my husband thought something was strange. Your husband didn't feel right about it. No, he didn't. And then they'll cut to the shot of your truck in a field somewhere in Cobb, and the yellow police tape,
would you stop
blue lights
locations?
flashing.
Really, you've given the truck and location. Stop it.
And then they'll cut to, I'm Lester Holt. More on the Duke's tragedy when we return. So if you want that, you have some wackos come and buy your bedroom set.
Here's where I'm at today. Mike has come in here. He kept saying to me all day, you're nuts, you're crazy, don't do it. So I told my wife, I said, you're right about what you said last night. All right, well, and Mike, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
No, I just think, look,
I'm not going to
Number one, you are a celebrity, sir. You're a nationally syndicated radio host, and you'll get the full spectrum. Now, there was a time and place in our country where maybe you feel more comfortable about this. Maybe
What's changed? Mike?
Maybe it's social media. Maybe just the fact that people are just nuts, and they've always been nuts. Now we're just aware of how many crazy people there are in the world.
There are.
I see it every day on my drive home.
Yeah.
But I would say this. I would still think you could go on a neighborhood website, like a Facebook page for your neighborhood, and probably find somebody in your neighborhood to do it, and then maybe you won't make the profit you'd make by putting it on Craigslist.
Well, listen, we did that, and I said this. I'm trying to maximize my profit, so I wanted to go big. I mean, I get it, high neighborhood, but I didn't want anybody in the neighborhood to feel like, oh, well, they can just get a steal, come pick it up off the curb. Either way, I came in today, and I was determined to hear all of these positive comments about, of course, sell online. It doesn't hurt anybody.
Is this the Duke's residence? My name is Jamie Gum. I want to look at your bedroom. So can you help me put it in my van?
No, I cannot.
Do you have any clothes that are a size 14?
And that's the other thing. I'm not lifting anything. I'm not loading anything. I made this clear in the post that I put out there, but I'm not going to do it. So that's where I'm at. You people, our listeners, have convinced me that this is not a great idea.
I like bedroom set, but I give you $200 cash. Take it or leave. So you got that side too. You get the cheapskates. You know, one guy said he sold stuff to the Russians. He thought he was making a drug deal. Look, and let's not stereotype people, okay?
I had a cop hit me up, Mike. He goes, Dukes, I'm a cop. I would suggest you come to the parking lot and do your business there.
Well-lit area. Target or Walmart parking lot.
I'm like, really? All right, coming up, Coach
Hey.
Art.
Also, stick around. There's a strange story developing in Los Angeles with a former Georgia Bulldog.
Yeah, it is weird. Coach Arthur Smith joined us, and hear what he has to say about where our Falcons are as we get ready for week 2 of the National Football League.
Com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
It is Dukes and Bell. We're live at Flowery Branch. He is here in Atlanta, our head football coach, Arthur Smith. Coach Art, congratulations on the dub on Sunday. We are certainly going to look ahead to Green Bay because that's what it's about. Turn the page, guys, but we got to enjoy it a little bit and talk to Coach. The defense, I think, was a big storyline, right? 10 points. You hold any team to 10 points in the NFL.
Sure.
And Art, we had talked to you about this all offseason. Like, what's this defense going to look like? What are we going to do? I know it's 1 week, but I was thoroughly surprised. I was happy with the way the defense responded Sunday against Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, that was that's the thing strategy-wise when we were building this thing in the offseason about where we're going to allocate resources to. We invested some young offensive players in the draft capital. And then, we really wanted to get depth up front and then, impact players. And that's the thing, sometimes people don't understand the ebbs and flows of the trends in the league and where this game's headed right now and how important those safeties are. And it's, it's a little bit different than the Steve Atwaters and the Ronnie Lotts. And then, the way people are playing really a lot of first, second down in the league right now. And a guy like Jesse and how smart he is, it proved our point the other day. And that's a credit to a lot of things. Where we wanted to go defensively, the way that we want our DBs to challenge. And then you got a guy back there. He's an impact player, clearly. I mean, when you look at the stat line, you take a step back. I knew he had an awesome game. And then you go back and it hit me today that it's the first time since 2000, I believe. I read this. Some stats, again, you can laugh at me because some stats I kind of dismiss, but sometimes I get impressed with NFL records. So I'll get on my soapbox here. But when somebody tells you haven't done something since 2000, long time, 10 tackles, 2 interceptions, and got that forced fumble. And the way he got that forced fumble, you talk about that little extra effort that still matters. Well, somebody else gave up on that play. Jesse's right there. Different than poking that ball out. And we almost got a few more. Richie had one go through his, he made a hell of a play, breaking on Hayden on one. It was fun to see. And then really what was awesome was we're up 14. You're getting obvious pass situations, and they were hitting the quarterback. And there was no, from a year ago where you're holding on. Once Tyler popped that run in, I was as confident as I've been in a long time. And we knew they were going to have to try to go long our way. And eventually when they handed that ball off, it was basically saying, hey, we say the game's over. So that was awesome.
Right, and that's the business model. Get up by a couple of scores. Your defense gets after a one-dimensional offense, and you can pin your ears back and do their thing. Speaking of, we got you here about defense. We lose Troy Anderson with a concussion protocol, so Nate Landerman, next man up. How did this all go down time-wise? You came to you guys and said you self-reported?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I'm not going to get into some of the medical details. And I know some things are open, and that's why we have injury reports. But, yeah, I mean, it was something that came up on Tuesday. And so, look, I mean, if we're going to be accusing anything, we're going to be overly cautious. We got a long season ahead. Troy's got a long career. Again, he may clear, may not, but that's why you build depth. And that's what it is. I mean, no different than last week. I thought Hughes had a good week, but just one more week, just again on the game plan where we thought it was, and you take a calculated risk. And, obviously those guys made it right. We thought the way the game was going to go, we didn't it was smart to have another week. And Brooks was up if we needed him, and that's the way it goes. And so they'll be the same thing this week.
Coach Arthur Smith with us here live at Flowery Branch. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Next opponent, Green Bay, guys. You can listen right here on The Game. Bijan obviously going into the game, a lot of expectations. I think he touched it, Coach, 16 times, the number, 83 yards from the line of scrimmage, obviously the touchdown. Do you go in to these games and you have an idea of how many touches? Is it 16 to 20? It doesn't matter if it's Drake, if it's Bijan, or is it game flow? How does that come about? I know you game plan, but does that just play out as the game goes along, and then you look up and one guy's got 16 or 5 or whatever it might be?
You have your plan, and then you have your contingency plans, and I think that's part of the strategy too. Is like we want to be more balanced, and I know people are probably rolling their eyes with the way the game went, but like we do. So we came out passing, and it didn't go well, and then the way the game went, we knew. Like again, you make those decisions. Like we weren't going to get greedy when we knew we were up, and we called the shot when we had to. But that was a lot of the strategy. The way the game was going, felt we were controlling the lines of scrimmage, and just watching the way it was flowing. And we were hitting explosives in the run game, but we still needed to. I mean, you can't be 3 yards in a cloud of dust. So you got to pick it up. Matt Collins made a great play, and then we launched one to Kyle. I mean, that was the difference, right? There's 5 minutes, some change. You make them think that, hey, we're getting conservative and push that ball down the field, and Tyler punches it in. And so, that's the ebb and flow of that game. And I think the biggest challenge is always in the NFL is, can we get better? There's always things you got to work on objectively. There's a lot we can get better at. And that wouldn't matter if we won by 28 or 14.
Right.
That's the name of the game for us. And looking at the Packers, and it'll be a fun atmosphere. Mercedes this Sunday. Now, they won the opener. The final score is different, but they did almost the same thing in terms of taking advantage of turnovers, field position. They played well.
It is Arthur Smith with us, guys, live from Falcons headquarters on Dukes and Bell, because we've seen what they can do. And Derek Brown's been a one-man gang much of his career in Carolina. And then Burns decides to show up, and then they were getting after. Was it the slants and the way they were coming at the line that was taking away some of the things you wanted to do? And was that why maybe you kind of were a little conservative before halftime, just because you couldn't protect Ritter until you made some adjustments?
Well, I mean, I'll go back to the beginning, right? To the first ball, unfortunately, got tipped.
Right.
What that does, it's great that you caught your own ball for -6, but let's bat that thing down. The third down, I mean, if you really go out, I mean, Kyle ran an awesome route on Chin. Chin actually fell down. Again, great play. And you got right to your first read, and I mean, it's wide open, and you go to throw it. And he got around the edge quick. Again, we were sliding to him, and he made a play. Ball popped out. So that was the first third down. And so it did, and I'll give Burns credit. But again, as you adjust, and we made the adjustment to where we wanted to go, and again, we get in the 2-minute drive. We pick up a good first down. You got timeouts. And all of a sudden you take a negative play like that, and those sacks, like again, being in second and
now you're behind schedule.
You're way behind schedule. You're under 20. And yes, I still had timeouts, but to sit there and try to, launch it down the middle again and let them get greased up to go back, that's the decision you make, and you live with it.
Coach, as we look ahead to the Packers, give us your impressions on them. Obviously, you said they won. Jordan Love, that's been one of the storylines, obviously, this season, this offseason. What do you see in this Packer team?
Yeah, I think, offensively, it's completely different. And I don't give Matt a lot of credit. I mean, sometimes it's like, no, whatever. When you got Aaron Rodgers, you play a certain way, and, they're doing a good job. Jordan's been in that system. Matt's familiar with them. And you're seeing a lot of stuff in terms of first, second down. You're seeing them run the boots, keepers, whatever you want to call them. They hit a throwback screen. Aaron Jones for a big play. They hit the old tight end hide screen. He actually fumbled the snap. He picked it up, and he was wide open and got it to him late. If he got it to him on time, that was a touchdown. So they got some explosive that way in the play action.
About 7 minutes, guys.
And credit to them. I mean, they did a nice job executing. They stayed on track. They converted a couple of third downs. And then they hit the big one that they hit was on that 4th and 3. They ran a little choice route out of the backfield to Aaron, and he took it to the house. Aaron Jones, that is. And so they executed well. And then they made Chicago turn the ball over. Chicago's in a long yardage situations, pre-snap penalties. I mean, it's usually the way it goes. It's week 1, and they played smart, and they made the plays when the time was there. And that's what you saw. And you saw a player that's comfortable. Again, Matt and him have been together. They got a good roster, and it'll be a fun Sunday.
Yeah, that's an attack that's got some of the elements we look at. They got running backs that can catch the ball. They got young wide receivers. Obviously, if Watson goes, that's a big-time weapon. Akuda, by the way, you think we'll see Akuda on Sunday?
Well, he practiced today, so that's encouraging. And again, we got to get him back and get him ramped up, and so that's encouraging. He practiced.
Obviously, the elephant in the room, right, Coach, and everybody's going, how do we get more explosive plays, and how do we get more out of our wideouts? I don't even know what the game plan was. And, it's something we've been talking about since Sunday with Drake's situation, but games go this way, right? And I will say this too. And I said this before you came in here. We don't have any me guys on this team. This is why this works, right? Drake's not in here complaining about what he didn't get. We won the football game. And I think that's the reason why this team is going to have success. But for our listeners, a lot of people are saying, hey, can we get more explosive plays with Pitts had a big one. Can we get more with Drake? It's the first game, but how would you answer that?
Well, every game is different. I mean, I think that was a rare NFL game. I mean, it reminded me a little bit of we beat Baltimore in the playoffs when I was in Tennessee. And I can't remember off the top of my head. And Ryan barely picked the ball up. I think he threw for like 100 yards and we won. I think it was 28-12 or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head.
It's a weird game.
It was a weird game.
Yeah,
it was. And then you come out in the AFC Championship game and, we're throwing it around and moving the ball. Unfortunately, we lost it. But that's usually not how an NFL game goes. The problem was we didn't have a lot of penalties. We did a lot of things to ourselves. I mean, Carolina's a good defense. Give them credit, and I'm not taking anything away from them. But we can't have some self-inflicted wounds. Some of it's post snap, and we all got to do a better job. It's going to start with me. But when you're getting along in long yardage situations, the flow of the game, that'll probably be the next couple of years. I doubt any game will ever go like that. Just because of the circumstances. We came out. We want to be balanced. I would be concerned if there wasn't evidence of this. I read something that was like, confidence is just about belief. It's about having evidence, whether you're trained or whatever. But nobody's worried about Drake London. And go look at the film last season. Again, everybody wants to live in the prisoner of the moment. Mm-hmm. The ultimate goal is to win. And when you have the right guys, and they understand that, and there's trust built back and forth, they know that we're not just sitting here as a hollow politician blowing smoke, trying to give you a coach speak. They know what goes on behind the scenes. And so when you have guys like that, it gives you a chance to win week in and week out, while we ultimately want to build this thing and win championships here. And I doubt there'll be a game like that. It's just a statistical anomaly. We got to be better. You don't want to punt 7 times. We got a couple short fields, and at the end of the day, there's perspective. You don't turn the ball over. You play off the turnovers, 17 points off turnovers, 3 for 3, putting touchdowns in the red zone. You're going to win a lot of games. But will it always go like that in terms of Jesse getting 2 picks and a fumble? No, you wish it would, and you wish you scored, 60 points a game.
Right.
It's a statistical anomaly. But if Drake hadn't done it before, or Kyle hadn't done it, it was actually kind of cathartic to see Kyle go make a play down the field again.
Yeah.
People don't understand the challenges behind the scenes sometimes, not just physically, mentally. There were a lot of things we missed last year with Kyle deep. Go back to 21 when he was in rhythm. I mean, you talking about winning games out of Miami, New Orleans, kind of, in London, kind of finishing that game off before Mike Davis punched it in when we took the shot to Kyle down the middle. Like, he was in a good rhythm. There's a reason he broke the record. And then even Dez, late last year, we got a lot of confidence. And we got to go do it, but there's been evidence. So I know it was a long-winded, but if you wanted, that's not the truthful answer.
Yeah, right.
You have evidence. And statistically, that's probably never how a game's going to go again for us. But, you want to be balanced. We've got explosive players, and we got a bunch of selfless guys.
Falcons head coach Arthur Smith with us, guys. Carl asked you about the rhythm of play calling. Algier, obviously, it looked like he could go for 10 yards on every carry. Then, as I was telling the guys behind me in the stands, I go, yeah, they want to go downfield, but the pocket wasn't really there. When he had time to throw, how did you evaluate the decision-making, what Desmond was doing and hitting his targets?
Yeah, you can. I guess you can shake the numbers on it, look efficient. But there were some other things behind the scenes that we got to continue to work. But we got a lot of belief in Desmond. And again, it takes all 11 to make plays successful. Every once in a while, my guy get hit, maybe a one-on-one go ball, sure. But a lot of times you talk about
2.5
pocket, the action again, what they're doing, thing they were trying to take away, which they were playing lighter, which led us to get a lot of explosive runs. I know, everybody, you want balance. That's what we want. But we had some big runs. I mean, every time Bijan got through that second level, it was kind of hold your breath a little bit. And it's really because our guys were finishing and some of the things we set up. And I thought Tyler played an excellent game.
I was going to ask you, Coach, about the balance. We were talking about this Monday after the game. And as a coach, that field, you are the play caller. Tyler's hot. I'm going to keep it there. Bijan's hot. I'm going to keep it there. That balance of, how you waver between back and forth between these guys when they're both balling out, when they're both playing really well. And I think that's a hard thing to do, is it not?
Especially if those guys have great chemistry. They're different runners. They're both very explosive runners. They're both yak guys, but they're different how they do it. So it's a good mix and match, however you want to look at it. And there's plenty of stuff on the call sheet for both of them. And there's things, obviously you set up for one player or another, but they, got bearing. Somebody has to get their chin strap fixed, and you need the best play, and they can, one of them get faith in both. But it just goes to
what
show
is
you,
Mike
man,
Wall
emotion's
doing now?
real. You watch them score. I always say this is fast.
Broadcast?
Somebody scores. You want to see the spirit of a team.
Podcast. Okay. Okay.
You want to look at it.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was doing.
Score touchdowns. Like they'll tell you a lot.
Okay.
Like that's stuff you can't fake.
Yeah, you're right, because everybody was celebrating. Everybody was happy. Listen, we're building a real home field advantage. Packers in town.
50 seconds.
We expect everybody to come back out and be out. And if you haven't come to the game yet, come. It's going to be exciting. And, Coach, we're looking to go 2-0.
Right.
Congratulations on the 1-0, but now we're building, baby.
Yeah.
I do want to say something. I thought that was the loudest I've heard the building.
Thought so too.
You don't think it makes a difference? It was a 3rd and 5. They jumped off sides.
Yep.
We call a different pressure. We collapse that pocket. And Troy on a second effort gets up and gets a sack. Like that building was rocking. And that was part of it. You could feel it, and you can look in their eyes too. I mean, you want to know why I didn't feel like we had to pick the ball up? because they looked like they were done, and the crowd had something to do with it.
10 seconds.
Well, let's build on that, Atlanta. Coach, appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week. We'll be here again. Green Bay on Sunday, guys.
Europe.
I appreciate it.
Good stuff with Coach Art, Mike.
Yeah, man, and breaking it down. I mean, as we said, he's not going to sit there and throw his line under the bus. There's things that needed to be tweaked and corrected, certainly, if you don't want to have your quarterback under that kind of duress going up against Green Bay, because Green Bay is going to be scoring some points, and we're going to have to match it.
No doubt about it. Guys, tonight's last call, it's easy. We've been talking about my situation today, whether or not I should sell some items and allow people to come to my home to pick it up. So would you let someone come to your house to pick up an item you sold to them? 404-726-0929.
My wife sent this to me. Let's just go to a few of them. Murder victim's dad warns about buying and selling from online connections, attempted murder, and other online selling horror stories. So you think I'm looking out for you. I'm looking out for you. One of the first times in our lives, me and your wife are on the same page about something involving you.
Would you let someone come to your house to pick up an item that you wanted to sell them? And if you've done this, how did it turn out? All right, 404.
Provided you're still alive to talk about the experience.
Well, they're here. 404-726-0929. It's tonight's last call. 404-726-0929. This is a real life situation. Would you let someone come to your home to pick up an item you sold to them online? Many of you have done this. Many of you shared and expressed your opinions today on the show. Now, as I said, Mike scared everybody.
No.
He scared me.
No, I did not. Your wife was the first one who reacted the same way I did. I just happened to do it on the radio.
You keep saying you're going to die, okay?
I think there's a 1 in 5 chance you will be murdered if you have an item that's more than $500 in value that you're trying to sell person to person.
But you're right. My wife did say no, and she shut it down, and I said, I'm going to take it to the people, and we took it to the people today with the poll question. I want to know if you've done this, and how did it go? All right? 404-726-0929. Brian in Sandy Springs, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, gentlemen. How's it going today? Great
Hey,
show.
man.
Love
Thanks,
the
brother.
content.
Thank you.
I have done this before. The item was, in fact, $500. It was a go-kart, and I was helping my son sell it. The key thing is just don't, have them come to your house. Go to not undisclosed location, but just pick a spot. Public spot. There's a little gas station by our house where I do a lot of my transactions.
Okay.
And knock on wood, gents, I'm still alive to talk about it today.
There you go.
All right. Good stuff.
Let's meet in a public place.
Good stuff. Oh, that Jersey Mike, our engineer, was like, Target has more cameras than anyone.
Yes.
So
no, I said to Carl, a Walmart, a Target, a Cracker Barrel parking lot.
Cracker Barrel?
Yeah, a lot
Then
of
I
folks
can go in and eat.
A lot of folks will come through the Cracker Barrel.
Yes, they will.
And then there might be somebody to talk to the police as witnesses.
Jimbo on the south side. Jimbo, hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Tell you what, Carl, it's 2023. It's not 1993. 1993, that's probably the last time I allowed someone to come to my house and purchase something. Today, I would not do it, Carl. You never know who may show up at your doorstep. It may be Vlad Keats looking for some blood.
Oh, my
God. So don't do it, Carl.
Really? I mean, come on.
I'm here to look at your bedroom set.
What's he got to say
For a
that?
poster bed you advertised.
Why's he got to say it like that?
I gotta get a new bedroom set for my mother.
What? You still
I live with my mother.
You still live with your mom?
Mama told me to get a new bed for her. Sometimes I watch you through the back window.
Wait a minute.
You already said you got.
I do have a crazy neighbor in the woods.
Apparently, you missed it earlier. Carl's got Boo Radley living in the woods behind the house.
I do have a crazy neighbor that lives behind us. Peter in Cartersville. Hey, man.
So now what can I say after that? I mean, seriously. But I can tell you, I work for a bank, and I have never seen fraud and scams so rampant in my life, okay?
All right.
If I made an exception and let the dude come to my house, with my luck, he's going to show up as John Wayne Gacy in a clown suit. There is no way. There is no way. I'll tell him, you know what, dude? Meet me at the police station, and you can pick it up there. But there is no way they're coming to my house. It's not going to happen.
Great stuff.
That would be that would be so good on Dateline. It's like, were you upset that he came to the house dressed as a clown? Well, he told me he works with children. He was going to a hospital. Then he said, "You want to see a handcuff trick?"
And handcuffed
That's how John Wayne Gacy would get those dudes back to the house.
He invoked John Wayne Gacy, man. That's crazy. Swede, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Would you let someone come to your house to pick up an item you sold to them?
Hey, Carl. Hey, guys. Well, first of all, I got three answers to that. No, and hell no.
Right.
And but I'd give him Mike Bell's address and say, "Here, go pick it
Right.
up over there." All right, I love you, Mike.
Oh,
But the Target parking lot would be the good place.
Target parking lot. All right.
Exactly right.
All right. And listen, and by the way, we love you guys, man. This is what I'm talking about. So many of you guys have experienced this stuff. I said to Mike, what's changed? And that one caller, and we're going to get to you, Irvin, here in a second. Sharpsburg, down there where you are, Mike. He said it's not 1993.
Right.
But we just don't trust
No,
anything.
You in the old days, you'd have want ads, or you'd put an ad. Hey,
That's
bedroom set for furniture. I remember we used to do the AM station. It was a sister station to my old station in my first radio job. Do swap and shop.
You're right.
People call in. Hey, so and so over in Riverhead's got this. Would you like to buy one of these? And yeah, and it was a different time.
You're right.
I just think a combination of that. Now we're more acutely aware that there are so many deranged people out there. And when I looked it up, there's literally dozens of websites dedicated to people in crime that have happened for these kind of meetings trying to sell something online.
It's not happening. Irvin in Sharpsburg. Irvin, hey, man.
Hey, man, it's Big D here. I guess I'm the outlier. Mike, I love you. You live down here with me. You're a wuss. Carl, go sell your furniture online, man. We just moved the kids and the grandkids into the house a year ago. I've heard so much crap on the marketplace. I've seen people driving up in my driveway. My neighbors think I got a used parking lot up here. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
Thank you, Irvin.
Yeah, Irvin,
thank you.
Just wait till next week. Irvin, my name is James Gum. I'm here about the sewing machine.
There is no sewing machine.
Yes, there is. You help me put it in my van.
Irvin, there were a couple of guys who hit us up on Twitch. Jason was telling us, and they were like, man, don't be afraid. Just do it. But all these horror stories.
Be very afraid. Let's imagine you're a celebrity. Carl, you speak to me.
Stop.
Next thing you know, you wake up. He's got the chloroform rack. It's like Misery.
I'm in a closet.
Carl, I'm going to do a sports talk show with you right now. Let me get the tape
I'm in my own closet.
And then Carl's like, whatever you're thinking of doing, don't.
You have taken this to a whole nother level. This is unbelievable.
Yeah. Good luck, Irvin, with that swap and shop in Coweta.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, man, we appreciate the calls. Great stuff, guys. And if you have sold stuff online, seriously, be careful.
Oh.
It is what it is. I would say that to anybody.
Right.
But I had to bring it to the people today. And, Mike, well, I guess you talked some sense into me.
Well, your wife started this.
She did.
I'm just echoing her
I
sentiments.
wish you could have saw her. She's looking at me like, this is not happening. This is not happening. All right, man, we got to get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for Let Me Clear My Throat on Sports Radio 92.9. The Game.
Big shout out to our guest today, Garth Lagerwey. He came on, Mike. He
Yeah.
did not say that Messi would play, but he talked about what happened last night, and the percentage is looking good.
Yeah, Messi did not suit up for Argentina against Bolivia. Everybody is back, by the way. We had a lot of guys far-flung around the world for the international break, but they should all be good to go. And now if Messi plays, maybe he comes off the bench. That's what Conti and Jason think might happen.
All right, guys. Also, Coach Arthur Smith, Caden Ellis. Appreciate you guys stopping by. All the interviews online at Odyssey.com. And, of course, Grant McCauley as well. Hey, tomorrow, Tony Gwynn Jr. stops by. We'll talk some baseball and Braves. Maybe we're talking about us clinching tonight with Tony Gwynn. Josh Kendall from The Athletic to talk some Falcons. Barbara Dooley. Oh, can't wait to see or hear what she has to say tomorrow. And former Packers offensive lineman Mike Wall will join us tomorrow.
Talk about Green Bay.
As we get ready for the Packers. All right, guys. Appreciate you being here. Jason, great job on the cameras. Thank you guys for being here on Twitch and YouTube. Jersey Mike, our on-site engineer. Back at the studio, Day. Big Bo, appreciate you guys. And, of course, Turtle executive producing. Mike, we got to get out of here, man. Tomorrow we're back 2 o'clock. Make sure you're here. Mike Bell, clear your throat.
Hey, man, unusual comments from Sean McVay today about what's going on with Stetson Bennett. The Rams have placed Stetson Bennett on the non-football injury list for an undisclosed issue. So speculation is running rampant. We're not going to speculate, but a lot of folks are wondering if you look at some of the recent instances in the NFL when this has happened, it has been either rehab-related, perhaps alcohol-related, psychologically related. Again, just telling you what's already been published, but people opining on this. Bennett's only 25, or some would say he's 35 after all this time at Georgia.
Yeah.
But when asked specifically about why he's going on the list, McVay said, no, I'm not talking about it. I'm not going to say. I really hope you guys can please respect my wishes. Keeping that in-house, because I think there's issues that are a little bit bigger, more important out of respect and for the particulars of the specifics, want to be able to keep it in-house. So whatever's up with Stetson Bennett, I hope he's doing okay.
I agree. Hey, Aaron Rodgers posted on Insta. He says, thank you to every person that has reached out, called, texted, DM, connected through a friend, etc. It's been a lot. It's been a ton to me, and I'll try to get back to all of you very soon. Heart emoji. I'm completely heartbroken and moving through all of the emotions, but deeply touched and humbled by the support and love. Broken heart emoji. Please keep me in your thoughts and prayers as I begin the healing process today. Prayers up. Mike, he says, the night is darkest before the dawn. I shall rise yet again.
All right.
That is Aaron Rodgers saying he's proud of his guys for being 1-0 with the Jets. All right. We're back tomorrow at 2 o'clock, man. Hey, if you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
Yeah, I'm here to see about that machine. You got that pinball machine? You smell pretty.